Chapter 262. The Earth Elemental Magus looked toward Lionel with shock. In truth, he had heard of this Lionel before. No, it was more accurate to say that everyone had. And due to his position, he was in a unique enough standing to know some special matters about Lionel as well. The main point was that Lionel was recently given credit for killing 2 demon lords. This was a feat only the likes of the General Stars and the 2- and 3-star Magi had. Yet it was now in the hands of an immature boy. It was already difficult enough to reconcile Lionel's talent with his age. But if he was even younger than they all assumed, just what kind of ridiculous matter was this? Now that the 2-star Earth Magus thought about it, the registration of ages should have been done by the candidate themselves. After all, everyone here should have been registered with either the Knight Academy or the Mage Academy. Lionel was in a bit of a special situation since he was an orphan. It seemed that as a result others guessed his age for him? That doesn't make any sense. Who would input an age for another without first asking? What would such a person gain? The Earth Magus suddenly felt a cold sweat falling from his back. He suddenly felt that this matter wasn't so simple, but he also didn't know just what he had suddenly appeared in the middle of. Boy, are you certain? The punishment for such an infraction isn't light. Lionel almost rolled his eyes. How could he not be certain about his own age? But at the last minute he held back. In this world he had claimed to be an orphan. In an era like this one, it wasn't rare for orphans like him to be off on the estimation of their own ages by a year or 2. If he seemed too certain of his own age, then it would only bring more questions about his identity forward. Thinking to this point, Lionel decided to take a step back. I'm an orphan. I can only make estimations of my own age. But I shouldn't be older than 20. Hearing Lionel's response, the Earth Magus looked at him with an incredulous expression. This boy wasn't even sure, but he was stirring up trouble. At this point he wanted to wring Lionel's neck. If you weren't certain, why did you have to bring me into this mess? Lionel only seemed to realize there was something wrong after reading the Magus expression. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed odd that his age had been decided without first consulting him. Was he being targeted? If my age was decided for me, it's very likely that my number was decided along with the order of my battles. Thinking to this point, Lionel was enlightened. However, he was also inwardly puzzled. With his strength, was there really anyone 30 or younger who could defeat him? He didn't know truthfully. He had a lot of knowledge about this world's magic system. But as for the actual people that made up this world, he knew nothing. There very well could be for all he knew. Still, Lionel was confident. That said, just because he was confident, didn't mean he'd allow others to ride on his head just because they felt he was an easy target. There's no need to drag this out, honored Magus. My knowledge is limited, but I do know that there exists an auxiliary spell that can test skeletal age. If I'm wrong, I'm willing to take on whatever punishment you have. The Earth Magus expression changed. The truth was that they mostly were using the deterrence of Camelot to avoid such trouble. The age detection mage art was a 2-star Magus art. Not only was it a high-level spell, but since it served no other purpose, it was rare for Magi to learn it at all. It took years of meditation and calculations to learn just a single 2-star Magus art. Why would anyone spend it on such a spell? It could be said that those who did had done so for research purposes. Since age detection was a spell that relied on understanding the intricacies of the human body, comprehending it deepened one's understanding of healing magic. This was all to say that those who could afford to waste time learning such a high-level spell had exceptionally high standing within Camelot. In fact, they may be among those overwhelmingly influential individuals within the stands currently. The Earth Magus turned a helpless eye toward the stands. Obviously, he didn't have the ability to cast age detection. At that moment, several cold gazes flashed within the 21 to 30 group. It was nearly imperceptible, but Lionel caught on to a few, causing him to sneer within his heart. The longer he spent in this new world order, the more he learned about how useless ideas of law and justice were. Lionel, right? How about this? You're so powerful to begin with. Whether you participate in the lower or middle age bracket, the result will be the same. Why not just allow things to proceed as is? Lionel almost laughed in response. If that's the case and the result is the same regardless, why not just let me participate in the lower age bracket? The Earth Magus was helpless. He was really hoping that Lionel would just take a step back. But who knew where this child gained enough guts to be so contentious before the eyes of so many elites? In the end, he could only look toward the stands for guidance. Pope Margrave watched on with an amused light in his eyes. He found Lionel to be quite interesting. From what he knew, this child was quite clever. If he was doing this, it meant he realized he was likely being targeted, and simply didn't care to continue being respectful. Finally, someone from above stepped forward. When Lionel saw who it was, his internal sneer only deepened. 3-star official Magus Lionel is an orphan. His age is unknown. Judging by his level of strength and his accomplishments, it was decided that he would be allocated to the middle age bracket. This will mitigate the risk to other youths. In addition, it's believed that he has the strength necessary to protect himself. Lionel didn't have much of a reaction to these words. I would like to ask for my age to be confirmed, please. Lamorak, who had obviously been the one to stand out, narrowed his gaze. The decision has been made. Is that so? Lionel asked. Are you certain? Lamorak's aura suddenly became sharp. I can just cast it myself if it's really so troublesome, Lionel said as though not noticing Lamorak's expression. Before anyone could react, a strong wind surged around Lionel. 1 second 2 3. Shoo. A light formed around Lionel's body as motes of light began to form from his body. The lights grew in number and gathered. Soon, the spell dimmed, leaving the truth apparent for all to see. 18 motes of light. The 19th barely formed before collapsing. Not only was it clear that Lionel was only 18 years old, it was obvious that he was only about halfway to 19. Lamorak's brow twitched. Chapter 263. It shouldn't be a problem now, right? Lionel said calmly. Please allocate me amongst the lower age bracket. There's no need to make wild guesses and conjectures any longer. There seemed to be nothing wrong with Lionel's words, but they were laced with a hidden sarcasm that gave away his immaturity. It seemed that he wasn't very good at controlling his emotions, but this only made sense. He was still a teenage boy. However, none of that mattered. He was in the right. All of Lamorak's diligent planning went to waste. Never did he think that Lionel would actually have the ability to cast such a spell. In the stands, Leona smiled. This Lionel. It seems his true self is coming out more and more every day. If Lamorak keeps pushing his buttons, he might not like the ultimate result. Without a choice, Lionel was allowed to enter the lower age bracket. From start to finish, the two with the highest authority, King Arthur and Queen Guinevere, didn't say a single word. They didn't step forward to help Lamorak, nor did they say anything in favor of Lionel. It seemed they were intent on being spectators to the end. As rulers of a kingdom, they had long since become accustomed to internal strife. Though it was a bit surprising that Lionel could cast a 2-star Magus art, it wasn't as surprising as killing 2 demon lords. So in the end it was still acceptable. Like this, Lionel steamrolled through the lower age bracket. He didn't want to give Lamorak another excuse to target him, so since he was taking part in the Mage Academy selection, he used nothing but mage arts from start to finish, not pulling out his spear even once. In fact, he didn't need to use anything but apprentice arts. His skill and battle sense caught the attention of many of the elites of Camelot. With each passing moment, he only impressed them more. Despite knowing that he was being watched by so many powerful beings, he was still able to maintain his calm, taking control of the battlefield with practiced ease. The truth was that while they were impressed, Lionel was not. He could cast faster, his spirit pressure reserves were larger, and his ability was created to be calculative. If he couldn't defeat them, he would be no more than a joke. Lionel knew that it would be almost impossible to find those with his level of strength at his age within the 3rd dimension. Only those born in higher dimensions would be able to match him. Soon the result was obvious. Lionel proceeded not to lose a single battle, and claimed the first spot amongst the lower age bracket. Within the middle age bracket, 2 young men stood side by side as they watched this with cold expressions. In truth, if an age detection was cast on them, it would be found that they were in their mid-30s. They had already bended the rules to battle it out with Lionel and force him into a loss. But they had never expected such a result. The reason they could get away with such a thing was because they were merely the servants of the La Morac knightship. Since they were orphans, they could use the same excuse of not knowing their own age as well. In addition, since they were mages, they looked younger than they really were. The truth was that though they had cold expressions, they were inwardly sighing breaths of relief. If they were caught, the one to suffer obviously wouldn't be La Morac, but themselves. It could be said that Lionel had saved them as well. In a way, Lionel accepted his first-place token and turned to leave, not sparing a glance toward La Morac again. Whether this matter would end with just this was still up in the air. La Morac coldly watched as Lionel left. It could be said that he lost all face today without anything to show for it. However, he didn't feel hatred toward Lionel. He didn't do this because he hated Lionel. He simply didn't want Camelot to raise a snake in its grasses. Since this didn't work, he just had to think of something else. Lionel retreated to his living quarters. However, there was no happiness on his face. Instead, his gaze was suffused with a cold light. After a moment, he laid down a few auxiliary protection and detection spells before entering the segmented cube's lab setting. There were still 2 months left until the leaving date. So he had to be prepared. First he needed to complete his glove craft. After that, he would have to bite the bullet and make some utility treasures. Before, he didn't want to waste the precious ores he obtained from the Project Hunt Island, because they were simply too difficult to gather. And he wanted to save them for his divine armor, but now he had no choice. La Morac seemed to believe that it would be a simple matter to deal with him. However, he had never been a pushover. As Lionel began to meditate, the cold determination within him only grew. He knew very well that at that moment, within the arena, the 100 or so elites of Camelot were discussing the placement of the youths the selection had just chosen. However, whether or not the position promised to him would be given to him was still up in the air. There were 3 reasons Lionel chose to come back to Camelot despite knowing this would be a possibility. After all, he had already been burned once by returning to the Royal Blue Fort. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice without reason. The first reason was information. He simply didn't know enough about the Merlin trials. Had he not returned, he would have no idea that the opening was still so many months away despite the appearance of that pillar of light. The second reason was due to the side quests. Completing and clearing this zone perfectly required Lionel to have a good relationship with Camelot. If he didn't, it would be several times more difficult. He didn't want to break off relations unless he absolutely had to. And finally, it was the Knight Academy. Lionel had still not gotten the opportunity to read through the libraries of the knights. It was very possible that the information they held would help better his dreamscape. Thankfully, this selection provided a unique opportunity. The regulations of the academies had been relaxed so that students could improve in the time leading up to the opening. Lionel would take advantage of this time. He didn't know what trials lay ahead of him. For all he knew, his conjectures about the higher dimensional beings interfering with this zone might all be wrong. But the one thing he wouldn't be was unprepared. As expected, just as Lionel was beginning to lay out his plans, the debate between the elites of Camelot had begun. Chapter 264. Swirls of golden lines followed the arc of Lionel's hand. His quill worked quickly. Sometimes it was forceful and strong, other times it was soft and delicate. The blueprint of his craft grew more complex and intricate with each passing moment. The more time Lionel spent diving into the world of force crafters, the more he realized just how deep such a world was. The ultimate deciding factor of the complexity of a craft was the number of parts it was constructed by. The number of parts that constructed a craft could decide whether it was simple to make, or if it would be the bane of its creator. Of course, there were always exceptions to the rules. It was possible for lower part crafts to exceed higher part crafts in difficulty of construction. For example, the most complex craft Lionel had made to this point was his Earth Escape treasure. This Earth Escape treasure was only constructed of 2 parts: the outer band of the ring and the inner band. The outside was made of an earth elemental vessel, while the inner was made of a water elemental vessel. It was precisely the difficulty of balancing these two oars that made this treasure so difficult to construct. This was all to say that the number of parts was a deciding factor, but not the only factor. Unfortunately, Lionel was facing trouble on both sides now. Not only was this craft made of more parts than he had ever dealt with before, but it also involved very volatile elements he was having trouble controlling. The design he had settled on was a glove with 3 sleeves, one for his middle finger, one for his pointer finger, and the last for his thumb. Since his pinky and ring fingers weren't strictly necessary for using a bow, he decided to save on materials. However, it was impossible to construct a sturdy enough glove with metal, while also maintaining flexibility if he forged it into one part. As such, he needed to account for his finger and thumb joints. In addition to this, Lionel wanted to use the properties of the oars he chose to increase the strength of his arrows. As a result, he needed to form force pathways within the glove. This added a level of complexity that was beyond his current skill. However, Lionel had his dream world. If he wasn't skilled enough now, he would practice and practice until he could accomplish his goal in real life. This craft will have a dual wind and lightning elemental affinity. It'll use the fluttering leaf or and second strike lightning elemental, or, if others had Lionel's thoughts, they'd think he was insane. Fluttering leaf or was a wind elemental vessel, or best known for its light weight. It's a favorite for constructing flight-type treasures, especially wings. Second strike lightning, or was a favorite of lightning mages. However, its main use was in increasing thinking speed and casting speed. Using these 2 oars in a craft designed to strengthen arrows was practically unheard of. However, Lionel wasn't a fool. It was precisely because of these abilities that he wanted them. Though these oars were known for these abilities, they were ultimately still elemental vessels. As parts of this or family, their strength lied in storing their element. The reason they were known best for their respective abilities was because they were great at providing a controlled output of their abilities. Flight required a controlled stream of wind. If wind was erratic in flight, the likelihood of death was simply too high. On the other side of the coin, just how fragile was the nervous system? If a lightning or could be relied upon to speed up one's thinking speed, it was as gentle as it came. This is what made these 2 Lionel's ideal choice. His hand was an important part of his body, especially his right hand, which was dominant in the wielding of his spear. In addition, an arrow had a slim and delicate body in most cases. Whether it was for his arrow or for his hand, Lionel had to maximize safety and not strength. Lionel knew he could pick other oars for a more exaggerated effect, but he was still too unskilled to guarantee their success. Maybe in the future he would look into such things, but for now, this would be his best shot. He'll use wind and lightning vein oars as the foundation of the force pathways within the glove. However, they'll only play a supporting role. All of the elemental force will be provided by the wind and lightning vessel oars. The final part will have 11 parts and be a Tier 9 black-grade treasure. Lionel continuously tweaked his final design. Any problems he found after simulating it in his dream world would be fixed immediately. He had no idea just how outstanding his feat was. Tier 9 Black Force crafters were rarities on 4th-dimensional worlds. There were many such worlds without even a single one. Such worlds had to rely on trade with better-off worlds, or the rewards provided by higher-dimensional worlds for clearing zones. It could be said that the current Lionel was an anomaly amongst anomalies. Even he himself had underestimated just how valuable his ability was to his career as a force crafter. However, while Lionel was advancing by leaps and bounds, he was still ignorant to too many things. His value as a force crafter alone was enough for those of Earth to elevate him to the level of a god. Well, that was just one possibility. The other possibility would be them locking him up to refine crafts for them to the end of his days. Like this, weeks ticked by and the call Lionel was waiting for finally happened. On that days, Lionel opened the door of his residence to find Leonis standing there waiting for him with a solemn expression. "Lionel, I hope you've been well." Leonis forced a smile. "My father seeks an audience with you." Lionel was stunned for a moment before his gaze narrowed. King Arthur wanted to see him. Chapter 265. A normal man wouldn't ever gain the right to enter a king's castle in his entire lifetime. But there were always rare instances in which one would gain such an opportunity. If you place yourself in one such person's shoes, it would be possible to imagine the surging emotions. The air of nobility that seemed to permeate every corner of the atmosphere bore down on the soul, as though wanting to suppress any ego and pave the path for reverence and respect. Lionel had never been to the capital city of Earth before. The best he had seen were images of the Grand Palace. He remembered feeling awe at the sight, and currently he felt no different. He lacked such experiences in life. How could he not be surprised and even feel somewhat suppressed in such an atmosphere? The noble air, the well-trained guards, the lingering scent of superiority that hung in the air. It all weighed on his soul, and it felt like the closer he got to the throne room, the greater the pressure grew. Lionel didn't even realize it, but he subconsciously took several steps back in his mind. These weren't physical steps, but rather mental ones. It was like he was making concessions before the talks even began. Leonis calmly observed Lionel from the side, but once again, didn't say much of anything. This time, it wasn't because he was testing Lionel, but rather because there were too many forces at play this time. If Leonis had to choose a side to be on, he would choose his father 10 out of 10 times. He was the man he admired most in his life. He also admired Lionel, and even took him for a friend. But it was simply impossible for Lionel's relationship with him to trump his relationship with his father. Enter. A dignified voice shook Lionel's heart, and the doors to the throne room opened. Lionel had seen such a place already. The throne room of Pope Margrave wasn't much different aside from the fact this place was much less bright. However, Pope Margrave didn't give Lionel such an oppressive feeling. Compared to the laid-back version of himself at the selection, King Arthur didn't carry the same carefree smile. Rather, his brows held a touch of dignity, and his lips were pressed into a relaxed line that hid his emotions to perfection. Lionel approached the throne and knelt to one knee as a sign of respect. He had read about proper mannerisms within the libraries of both academies. Following them wasn't very difficult thanks to his pristine memory. However, due to this knowledge, Lionel also knew that he wasn't meant to rise until he gained King Arthur's acceptance. Lionel had thought he would hear something immediately, but he never expected for his show of respect to be greeted with a long drawn-out silence. 3-star official Magus Lionel. Born an orphan to the Fiori barony. Recommended by 3-star apprentice Knight Hackle. Another long pause came after King Arthur said these things before he continued. Just these 3. The information networks of Camelot have been working in full force for over a month. Yet this is all they could find out. So, I will ask you this question once and once only. Who are you? The more King Arthur spoke, rather than becoming more and more nervous, Lionel actually felt himself becoming eerily calm. This feeling of helplessness had been gripping him a lot recently. Whether it was the battle at the fort, his run-in with Hacker Hutch, his battle with Lamorak, and now with this King Arthur who seemed intent on using his position of power to pressure Lionel into breaking down and telling the truth of his origins. He found that with each time this happened, it felt worse than the last. Normally, it would make sense that he would get used to it. After someone lowered their head once, it became easier and easier to do it as time went on. Eventually, raising it back up again became an impossible task. But for whatever reason, this didn't happen to Lionel. King Arthur didn't seem to notice anything. But Leonis, who had gained a deep understanding of Lionel over the past months, suddenly felt that Lionel's aura was growing more and more stable. Leonis' expression flickered for just a moment. Lionel remained silent. However, his lack of a response made King Arthur's gaze narrow. The throne room didn't have many guards. There was simply no need. The most powerful warrior of Camelot was before them, so how many guards did he really need? But it was safe to say that those who were here were the cream of the crop. Seeing Lionel's lack of a response, their auras, too, grew sharper. What happened next was completely unexpected. Lionel stood. Without word from King Arthur, on his own accord, he stood and brushed his knees as though there was dirt on them. In such a pristine and well-maintained castle, where could there possibly be a speck of dust to find? At that moment, Lionel suddenly realized that he didn't like kneeling. If His Majesty King Arthur has something to say, please be frank with me. My history is as you say, there's nothing out of place. There's nothing more I could say about it. This was Camelot, not Earth. Did this King Arthur think he was a fool? Commoners didn't receive birth records, least of all orphans. Only nobles had the right to such a thing. On top of that, the Fiori barony King Arthur mentioned was within the Yellow Mission Ring. Camelot's influence in that region was especially weak. All this pressure King Arthur was placing on him, pretending as though he had already seen through Lionel, was all useless pretense. Lionel understood enough about Camelot after reading so many books that he could accurately guess that the likelihood he had been seen through was less than 7%. At most, they'd have suspicions. Therefore, reacting with righteous indignation now was the proper reaction. That said, the current Lionel truly wasn't acting. He was pissed off. Maybe if it wasn't for his friendship with Lioness, he wouldn't mind exposing Queen Guinevere's extramarital affair right here and now. Lionel continued without waiting for an inevitably shocked reaction. If you would like to side with Sir Lamorak over me and rescind my right to enter the Merlin trials, just say so. Chapter 266. Lionel raised his head to look toward King Arthur. His gaze was as calm as a lake, splitting the kingly aura that descended upon him in a steady stream. King Arthur's aura became more and more stifling. It wasn't just him. The guards along the walls of the throne room felt rage and indignation. Who was this boy to speak to their king in such a way? It had to be remembered that though King Arthur was an orphan, he was still of noble birth. To the people of Camelot, his orphan status wasn't as important as his royal blood. From the very beginning, he was destined to be king. To the subjects of Camelot, the difference in worth between Lionel and their king was obvious. How could they allow such an infringement on his dignity? At that moment, Arthur felt a hint of rage in his heart. When had he ever been disrespected in this way? Ever since he pulled the sword from the stone, his life had completely changed. He hadn't suffered a single setback. In that journey up, his knights were his brothers in arm. Lamorak and the others grew up by his side. He would have never made it here had he not relied on the judgment of his close friends. It was impossible for a king to make every decision himself and see through every mystery alone. Even if he appreciated Lionel's talent, Lamorak wasn't asking him to kill him. He was only asking him to rescind an entry right. Though this was still quite a major ask, it was still acceptable under the circumstances. It was true that King Arthur had already decided to side with Lamorak. However, he had decided to question Lionel first. In his mind, Lionel was just a teenage boy. Under the oppression of kingly might, any flaws he had would be obvious for all to see. However, what he had never expected was for Lionel to react like this. It was true that Lionel had the right to feel indignant. A major opening of the trials only happened once or twice a century. If he missed this opening, it would mean that he would never live up to his full potential. However, Camelot was in a precarious position right now. King Arthur would rather wrong an innocent than give way to a villain. Whether it was the internal strife with the church, or the outside pressure of the demon army, both were issues that couldn't be looked down upon. If he also raised another tiger in the meantime, his kingdom might truly crumble. He already had his back pressed against a wall, yet now he was withstanding the verbal assault of a junior? How could he not be enraged? King Arthur slowly regained his calm. Though his heart was billowing with anger, his face had hardly shown any ripples from start to finish. He was a king. In the end, he wouldn't lower himself to the level of a child. 3-star official Mage Lionel, it has been decided by the Royal Court of Camelot that your rights for entry into the Merlin trial gates will be rescinded. You may leave. King Arthur felt no need to explain himself. He could insist that Lionel's origins were too mysterious. He could say that Lamorak and he had fought side by side on many battlefields, and he trusted the judgment of his brother. He could bring up any number of fallacious reasons he wanted. However, he didn't. He disdained to. What reason did he have to explain himself to someone beneath him? He was a king. The king of Camelot. His word was final. That said, this king could have never expected Lionel's response. Lionel nodded as though this judgment had nothing to do with him. Then, he turned to leave without another word. He had entered this castle with awe in his heart, and he left with indifference hanging around him. He didn't even bother to bid farewell to Lioness. King Arthur's gaze flashed with rage, but Lionel's footsteps didn't pause. It was complete disregard. In the end, King Arthur chose not to move, even waving his guards who had half unsheathed their weapons off. As Lionel walked out, he affirmed something in his heart. There were many versions of King Arthur. There were stories that painted him as a heroic man without flaws who only fell due to the betrayal of those closest to him. However, there were others that painted him as a hero of an era with tragic flaws that drove those closest to him away. After this interaction, Lionel already knew which version of King Arthur he was dealing with. Long after Lionel left, King Arthur let out a sigh and shook his head. He ultimately wasn't an oppressive ruler. He had his own guilty conscience, but that didn't mean he would change his mind. He had already decided to side with Lamorak. "Father, I think you've made the wrong decision." Leonis, who hadn't felt it was right to follow Lionel, stayed behind. After a long while, he finally spoke these words. "So this is why you decided to stay back. In recent days, it seems like you haven't wanted to spend any time with this father of yours at all." If others knew this, they would be shocked. After all, Leonis had nothing but admiration for his father. Avoiding him didn't sound like something he would do. "Father," King Arthur waved his hand. "Say no more, the decision has been made. The words a king speaks can't be so easily taken back. He is an earth mage, so ensure that this is properly accounted for. Ensure that he doesn't leave Camelot within the next year. After this, let him go and do as he pleases. If he moves to join Madrid, kill him. If not, leave him be." King Arthur gave this task not just to his son, but his guards as well. Wouldn't it be too much of a joke if Lionel was allowed to escape through the ground and leave toward the trials even after he was banned from doing so? Chapter 267. Things progressed about how Lionel expected. When he returned to his living abode within the Mage Academy, he found that there were several spells deployed that he hadn't constructed himself. Many of them locked down space and prevented teleportation spells from activating. A few solidified the ground, impeding an Earth Mage's ability to use it to their benefit. And the majority were detection types, monitoring Lionel's every movement. Lionel's gaze flashed with rage. With a violent surge of his spirit pressure, the detection mage arts shattered like a rain of glass, crumbling beneath his might. It was hardly a second later when Lionel heard a knock on his door. He opened it to find a familiar face on the other side. These detection arrays were put in place for a purpose. Your freedom is not your own for the next year, under the rules set by His Majesty King Arthur. If you destroy them again, it will be assumed that you are rebelling, and you will be treated as such. Lamorak spoke without emotion. Then, without waiting for Lionel to respond, he moved to the side and allowed a mage without affinity to enter Lionel's abode as though it was his own. With an apologetic look, the mage began to recast all of the detection mage arts Lionel had just shattered. It was only after 20 or so minutes that the mage finally finished and took his leave. After observing the whole process, Lamorak left the door ajar and took his leave. Bang! Lionel slammed the door shut with such force that it flew from its hinges. The commotion wasn't small. With Lionel's strength, let alone the door, even the passageway it flew through was left with cracks that stretched along the wall. In fact, the sound was so abrupt and violent that Lamorak felt his heart skip a beat for just a moment. He seemed to have completely forgotten that he was dealing with a child. Was he supposed to expect that Lionel wouldn't make any sort of commotion? Lionel didn't even bother to deal with his now doorless abode. What was the point? If he was being monitored so thoroughly, who cared if he had a door or not? Might as well let them deal with the damage he caused. Lamorak's expression darkened. "I advise you to control yourself. And I advise you to go fuck yourself." Lionel's temper flared. His eyes turned red and he bore down on Lamorak with a savage expression nearing madness. It seemed that if Lamorak pushed him just one more step, he would flare up. But this time they weren't on the broad streets of Camelot. If they fought here, Lionel might not care about the damage he caused, but Lamorak didn't have such a luxury. And Lionel was already too powerful to control with ease even for him. As the clash between the two men continued, the crowd seemed to only be growing. The Mage Academy was a place of scholars to begin with. Normally, the academy would be exceptionally quiet. Even when two or more mages were conversing, they would keep their voices to respectable levels. Something like two people having an argument and causing so much noise was exceedingly rare. Lamorak saw the change to the situation and frowned. In the end he backed down. After remembering that there was nothing Lionel could do but throw a tantrum, he regained his calm. However, this was still troublesome. It would be fine if he alone was losing face. But if others knew that Lionel was being targeted after all the merits he had accomplished for Camelot, it would become a problem. What neither King Arthur or Lamorak took into consideration was Lionel's own response to everything. Lamorak knew that if he didn't take a step back now and make some concession, Lionel might really disregard all consequences. If he thought about it, wasn't this the normal way anyone would react? Their actions were no different from cutting off Lionel's future. Who wouldn't be completely infuriated now? Lionel snorted coldly. With a grasping motion, he activated the one-star official art, magic touch, and flung the door closed behind him. Unfortunately, his forcefulness caused even more cracks to appear along the walls of the Mage Academy. The spectators were stunned. They couldn't help but send hesitant glances toward Lamorak. How could they not recognize a lofty knight of the Round Table? And even if they didn't, Lamorak's oppressive aura was enough for them to know that he wasn't simple. When these people dispersed, news of what happened here began to disseminate. There was an outpouring of sympathy for Lionel. Many wondered just why it was the royal family would treat such a talent this way. Many of the mages and knights of Camelot came from normal families. This was especially so for mages. Magic talent usually appeared randomly except in cases where there was a lineage of exceptionally powerful magic users within a family. So seeing that Lionel was being suppressed in such a way, it left them feeling cold. Of course, while there were those who felt sympathy, there would always be those of opposing views. For Lionel to gain a quota, he of course had to take a spot from others. There weren't just a few youths Lionel had beaten, and not just a few of them came from prominent families. It was just unfortunate that they weren't good enough to gain the quotas given to their families, so they could only fight it out with Lionel. Like this, Camelot split into two minds. It was then that rumors of Lionel's questionable background came into being. As a kingdom, how could Camelot not be capable of controlling narratives? Suddenly, Lionel's righteous indignation toward his treatment became the story of a man who couldn't control his emotions and couldn't repay kindness. Lionel was just a commoner. It was his good fortune that he was allowed to enter the Mage Academy. By some twist, news of Lamorak sparing Lionel's life and receiving the graciousness of Magus Aeliard spread as well. Like this, what should have been a story of Lionel being done wrong by became a story Lionel's ungratefulness. A tale of an arrogant young man who let his success get to his head. However, the current Lionel didn't have a mind to pay to such things. The moment he slammed his door shut once more, his raging, savage expression became eerily calm. It was as though he was never enraged to begin with. It's time to leave this place. Chapter 268. Lionel wasn't a fool. He had already expected much of this to happen the moment he heard King Arthur's words. Everything he had done until now was just an act. In truth, Lionel really was enraged. But he wasn't the kind of person to blow up when he felt such a way. It was far more likely for him to grow calmer in such a situation, like a volcano waiting to erupt. His interaction with James during their final meeting was a perfect representation of this. Back then, Lionel had been feeling all sorts of emotions swirling in his mind. Yet the outward persona had been calm and placid, even while he was losing a friend of a lifetime. This was just the kind of person Lionel was. In his brief interaction with Lamorak, he had accomplished two things. First, he made Lamorak underestimate him. A person who can't control their emotions isn't a very dangerous person at all. By painting himself out to be an immature teenage boy, much of his threat had been lessened by several degrees. However, this was just a secondary matter to Lionel. It would at most give him a small advantage. His true plan lied within the shattering of the detection arts. Lionel had no doubt that Lamorak would have a meeting with the mage who drew these arts very soon. In fact, that meeting might be occurring at this very moment. After that meeting, Lamorak would find out that of the arrays Lionel destroyed, there were still about 5% of them remaining. This would make Lamorak lower his guard even more. But they would have no idea that Lionel had already caused a flaw to occur within the arrays. Lionel walked to the center of his room and sat in meditation as though trying to calm himself. An hour later, he stood up and calmly left his room without a word. Lionel continued to walk as though nothing had happened. There was hardly anyone to find within the hallways of the Mage Academy, and the few that did see him only sent various glances Lionel ignored. Just minutes later, Lionel had already left the ground of the Mage Academy and out the gates of Camelot's walls toward the outer city. At that moment, within the Mage Academy, a familiar mage was sitting in a room adjacent to Lionel's, diligently monitoring the arrays he had cast. Though he didn't really know what was going on, what he did know was that he wasn't in any position to reject. This was an order that came from King Arthur himself, and was even being overseen by a Knight of the Round Table. He might have been a 2-star magus, but his standing was far beneath that of others. What he was the very best at were auxiliary-type arts. He was a great addition to any special team unit. Whether it was detection, deciphering, or obstruction, he was good at them all. Even still, this magus didn't dare to be casual with his actions. Lionel was a person who had killed 2 demon lords. The number of individuals who had such a feat in Camelot didn't exceed 100 by much. And considering a population of tens of millions, it was clear that these individuals were elites amongst elites. However, even after many hours, the magus didn't find anything wrong. This is going to be a long year. The magus sighed. Detection arts didn't exactly work like the cameras of Earth. Rather, they locked onto an energy signature and fed back information about its location. By using many of them at once, it was possible to lock down a subject's position to the smallest detail. Visual detection arts were too easy to fool since they relied on an input of photons. Aura detection and locking arts were far better for high-level applications. They were much more difficult to fool and manipulate. Even if he as a 2-star magus was given ample time to do so, his success would be uncertain. Like this, time continued to tick by. Lionel's aura didn't budge a single inch. After raging, it seemed that he had resigned himself to his fate and hadn't made any other movements. Every so often, the magus would send another report to Lamorak, informing him that the situation was the same. In truth, Lamorak was also personally monitoring Lionel. It was just that his approach was a bit different. He stalked the walkways of the Mage Academy, scanning through any potential escape routes periodically. At that moment, he was in a state of meditation on the roof of the Mage Academy. To him, everything was within his grasp and everything was going well. He didn't think there was anything wrong with Lionel's lack of movement. Helplessness was an expected emotion at this point. Still, something felt off about all of this to Lamorak. He just couldn't put his finger on it. He thought back to everything he knew about Lionel. In truth, it wasn't much. His interactions with Lionel had been few and far between. That said, with the exception of when Aeliard cast a mental art on Lionel, he had always been calm. But this wasn't enough for Lamorak to be suspicious. He hardly knew Lionel. For all he knew, Lionel's calm disposition was nothing but a facade he put up. Forget it, I will just go and check myself. Lamorak didn't feel that there was anything wrong. However, the unease in his heart wouldn't leave. He couldn't fathom how Lionel could ever leave with him monitoring the whole academy. But as long as he laid eyes on Lionel, everything would be fine. Lamorak appeared in the very same hallway, his expression darkening when he saw the cracks along the wall. The damage Lionel had caused was truly too much. Without so much as knocking, he tried to swing Lionel's door open. Unfortunately, the door fell over, exposing an empty room within. Lamorak's expression twitched. At that moment, blaring noises sounded from within Camelot. They were so loud that the earth seemed to shake beneath its pressure. Lionel, who had long left the range of Camelot, looked back with an expressionless visage. Then he turned around and continued to walk away as though none of it had anything to do with him. Chapter 269. Find him. I don't care what you have to do. King Arthur's voice boomed across Camelot's castle. There was no doubt that it was completely rage-fueled. Even when Lionel had completely disregarded him, he hadn't felt so enraged. But now he felt as though his face was being slapped for all to see. To him, it was perfectly fine if Lionel's future prospects were completely cut off. However, if Lionel were to leave the control of Camelot, every risk he had taken to now would be for naught. Now, not only had he offended maybe the greatest talent birthed since himself, he had also allowed this talent to vanish beneath his nose. No, it was even more shocking that this talent had the ability to disappear without any of them noticing in the first place. King Arthur's rage lit a fire beneath the elites of Camelot. Everything had already been dancing on a blade's edge for so long, and now this had suddenly shoved them all into death's abyss. The workforce of Camelot split into 3 teams under Arthur's urging. One focused on finding traces of Lionel, another studied the room he had left, and the last controlled the narrative of the capital, morphing the image of Lionel into one of an evildoer. However, the Magi were completely stunned after deeply analyzing the changes to Lionel's abode. The more they looked, the denser their cold sweat became. Just what kind of man had they made an enemy out of? After a thorough investigation took place and King Arthur learned what happened, his fury could tear a hole in the skies. It turned out that when Lionel shattered all of the detection arrays, he had taken the opportunity to infuse his aura into the walls. In this case, aura was just the signature of his spirit pressure. Every mage had a unique signature that couldn't be duplicated except by extremely skilled auxiliary mages. However, the more powerful a spirit pressure, the more difficult it was to replicate. It was likely that there was no one in Camelot that could replicate Lionel's aura. Taking advantage of this, Lionel slowly controlled his spirit pressure to influence the newly constructed detection arrays after Lamorak confronted him for destroying them. Then, as though that wasn't enough, when Lionel slammed the door, he directly tampered with the last line of defense the Magus had left. However, because he had missed those arrays when he first destroyed the detection arts, the Magus and Lamorak both subconsciously believed that he wasn't skilled enough to see them, so they weren't tipped off by Lionel's actions. But none of this was what truly infuriated King Arthur. According to eyewitness reports, Lionel left barely an hour after his initial interaction with Lamorak. He didn't wait until the dead of night, he didn't sneak out and slink around like a rat, he walked straight out the Mage Academy, through the gates of Camelot, and out without even quickening his steps. Blatant disregard. Blatant disrespect. It was as though he was using his actions to show them just how little regard he had for them and their statuses. Due to the fact Camelot had initially tried to keep the matter regarding Lionel under wraps, those who knew the truth behind the matter were strikingly few. As a result, Lionel walked out like a free man without a single issue. Now that they were spreading the narrative and more people were finding out about it, it was already too late. Lionel could have used any number of techniques. He could have used the light refraction Magus art to hide himself from the eyes of others. He could have escaped through the earth after leaving the restrictive arrays of his abode. He could have even taken his time to set up a teleportation art to leave the range of Camelot's influence. Yet he chose none of these paths. He chose the simplest and most disrespectful method he had available to him. Such a thing not only left the cheeks of Lamorak and King Arthur burning, but it fueled their hearts with rage. For the first time, Lamorak felt something other than indifference when he thought of Lionel. Initially, to him, this was never about Lionel. This was only a simple risk assessment in his eyes. In truth, many of the elites of Camelot had already concluded that Lionel was most likely the recipient of a minor opening of the Merlin trials. This would perfectly explain his weird gadgets, his strength, and especially his spears. It made sense that while their King Arthur gained the sword inheritance of Merlin, Lionel gained the spear inheritance. After thinking to this point, there was no reason for them to obstruct Lionel, who would easily divulge the fact they had benefited from a minor opening. The fact so many held on tightly to this secret was why they knew so little about minor openings. However, back then, Lamorak had felt an itch in his heart despite thinking this made sense. He simply hadn't thought of it before. Due to this itch, he decided to implore King Arthur to place Lionel under house arrest. Though King Arthur was initially reluctant, after Lamorak described his worries and his opinions on Lionel's character, King Arthur ultimately decided to trust in his longtime confidant. However, neither of them could have ever expected this result. And it was now guaranteed that Lionel would never stand with Camelot again. In addition, if he truly was Merlin's chosen spear heir as many of them thought, then it wouldn't be long before his strength was beyond anything anyone but King Arthur and Modred could face. Unfortunately, time was running out. The opening of the trial gates was quickly approaching. Camelot simply didn't have the manpower necessary to split for such a large search. That said, everyone knew where Lionel's ultimate destination would land him. Suddenly, whether it was King Arthur, La Morac, or the elite families of Camelot, they all had one more enemy outside of the demons. Chapter 270. Days after Lionel's escape, Camelot finished its preparations. Unfortunately, due to the demons taking the initiative, Camelot had lost its footing around the Merlin trial grounds. Without a choice, their only method of gaining entry was to fight to reclaim the land they had once lost. However, this matter wasn't so simple at all. Since Camelot knew what it had to do, how could Modred's army not also be aware? Long before Camelot began their march, waves of demons had already begun to assault the red and yellow rings of Camelot. Not only were there large numbers of humanoid demons, but the number of beast demons far outstripped even them, placing Camelot on the precipice of disaster. In such a situation, the elites of Camelot were hard-pressed to address everything. At this point, King Arthur no longer had the luxury to continue thinking about Lionel. Even without Lionel, it seemed that their kingdom might be on the brink of collapse. The truth was that Modred didn't have the ability to take down Camelot so easily. But the root of the problem was that Camelot's elites all wanted to enter the trial gates. And even beyond that, from a certain angle, they had to. If the demon elites entered, but Camelot could not, the disparity in their strengths would grow exponentially. Like this, Camelot's advantage of quality over quantity would disappear, and their days would be numbered. However, it was impossible for all elites of Camelot to enter. If they did, who then would defend the common people? If they sacrificed the common man, so what if they came back more powerful? Would they even have a kingdom to return to by then? The trials could take upwards of several years to complete. In such a situation, how could they possibly leave Camelot undefended for so long? So, some had to stay behind. But the question was who? The internal strife of Camelot only grew worse as a result. The battle for quotas reached a fever, and those who were forced to stay behind no doubt had resentment buried deep within their hearts. However, the troubled times had not come to an end. Even after those who would stay and go were decided, those who would go didn't have an easy path waiting for them. Not only had the demons invaded the lands of Camelot, forcing a portion to stay back and defend, but there were also waves of demons obstructing their path forward. With the best teleportation formations of Camelot only being able to take on 10 people at once, at most, the only option was to march on foot. However, this left them vulnerable to bloody battle after bloody battle. By the time Camelot returned to the border region and approached the entrance, their numbers had been significantly waned, and those who survived weren't in the greatest of condition. The worries of Camelot had nothing to do with Lionel. As a lone traveler, and with his overwhelming internal sight, Lionel hardly found trouble making his way back to the border region. Lionel chose to continue on foot rather than setting up a teleportation array. The accuracy of long-range teleportation arrays was lacking unless two were connected over a distance. Obviously, Lionel didn't have the luxury of doing so, or else what would be the point of using one at all? There were short-ranged mage arts among those that Lionel knew. However, not only did they consume a large amount of spirit pressure, even for a person like Lionel, but they also took a long time to cast. It took a normal magus upwards of half a minute to cast one such art. As for Lionel, it would take at least 10 seconds. Such arts were best used by skilled mages who could dual cast, meaning preparing one art while casting others to stall the enemy. Lionel had yet to need to do such a thing, especially since even with his spirit pressure, he could at most use such arts about 10 times in a single battle. Luckily, Lionel had already made his way through this region once before with Leonis. Though it was through teleportation stations, he still had a general idea about the direction. All he had to do was make it to the border region, and he was certain he wouldn't miss that massive pillar of light. As expected, before even leaving the red ring, Lionel could already see the pillar in the distance. In fact, even without using his eyes, he could sense the massive force fluctuations in the air. All he had to do was follow his senses toward the region of highest concentration. Light refraction. Reaching this region, Lionel became more cautious. Light refraction was only able to hide him from sight. It was a one-star Magus light art that refracted light around a subject. Since vision relied on the feedback loop of light, doing such a thing essentially made one invisible. The attack arts of light magic might have been rare, but there were countless auxiliary arts just like this. Unfortunately, it couldn't fool internal sight. But for Lionel's current uses, it was perfect. Since the border region was exceptionally bland, light refraction worked particularly well. It might falter in regions with complex terrains, but the border region was just a vast expanse of gray, cracked lands. There was nothing to worry about here. Lionel rapidly closed the distance toward the pillar of light. The closer he got, the denser the population of demons became. It was obvious that Madrid was casting a tighter and tighter net around the trial gates. Eventually, the encirclement of demons became so thick that Lionel no longer dared to move forward normally. Earthen Road. Lionel sunk into the ground. Earthen Road was a 3-star Magus art. It took a while for Lionel to cast. However, when he had time to prepare and could use it in conjunction with his Earth Escape treasure, he could travel through the ground as though walking on land. Lionel approached slowly, keeping his movements measured so as not to alert those above him. When he felt that he was about half a kilometer away from the location of the Merlin trial gates, he came to a stop. Even without extending his internal sight for fear about being noticed, he could still feel the dense demonic energies above him. It was no surprise that the elites of Madrid's demon army were located above him at this very moment. I doubt that Madrid wants to wipe out Camelot now. It's likely she simply wants to weaken the force entering the gates. It seems she's quite a calculating person. Camelot and Madrid weren't the only two Lionel was worried about. He was also thinking about the 11 others who entered with him in addition to the potential interference of the higher dimensional beings. Nothing about the next few years would be easy. Lionel covertly deployed a vision array. Though it was quite low level, this was actually a good thing. It was less likely for those powerful entities to detect such a low-level spell. Since Lionel didn't dare to use his internal sight, he had to observe the situation some other way. Finally, Lionel buckled in. He knew that a major battle was about to be fought above him. In the meantime, he might as well put some finishing touches on his trump cards. However, Lionel never expected to find the scene he did within the lab setting of the segmented cube. Chapter 271. Bang, bang, bang. Streaks of black and silver launched across the lab setting. Lionel usually kept the lab setting exceptionally tidy. His father's blueprints were always neatly arranged. The ores he used were always placed within the snow globes after he was finished, and any scraps he had remaining had their own place as well. However, the lab setting was currently an absolute mess. Lionel's craft table was overturned. His father's blueprints were scattered, and by some miracle managed to remain undamaged. At the same time, the snow globes which were once neatly arranged by category and type were sprawled all along the ground. The two clashing entities continued without a care in the world, as though not noticing Lionel's presence at all. Lionel's brow twitched several times. "Hey!" Finally unable to take it, he roared out in full force, fusing his spirit pressure into his voice. As expected, it completely disrupted the rhythm of the two fighting streaks of light, causing them to fall over. After rebounding along the ground, the streak of silver shot toward Lionel, landing on his shoulder and bouncing up and down as though venting its frustration. By that point, the identities of the two became obvious to Lionel. The silver streak was Lionel's metal spirit familiar, Little Tolliver. As for the black streak, well, the little mink landed on the ground, a dissatisfied expression on its little face as though it was unhappy with the sudden change of events. It shook its little head, clearing its vision. When it saw Lionel, its eyes lit up with a hint of fondness. Lionel frowned. What's going on? Is it possible to overshoot the entry limit of a zone? Lionel took out the dictionary. He was extremely confused at this moment. First, there was the fact the little mink exited the snow globe without his permission. This was already questionable. But beyond that, this zone should have a limit of 12 individuals. According to what Lionel knew, the universe didn't treat the life of a beast or a human any differently. Both were instances of life. As such, a beast should count as an entry, no? Now that Lionel thought about it, shouldn't little Tali also count as an entry? Before, Lionel had ignored it because he assumed that since Tali was his familiar, the both of them together counted as one entry. But the appearance of the little mink made him rethink it. Originally, he thought that maybe the suspended animation state the little mink had entered had allowed it to skirt the requirements of the zone. But now it had obviously somehow made its way out. Was it so easy to circumvent the rules of a zone? Unfortunately, Lionel was thinking too simply. Spatial treasures capable of housing life were exceptionally rare to begin with. Someone like Lionel who had the segmented cube was so rare that 1 in a million didn't do it justice. Easy was only a relative term to Lionel himself. For others, accomplishing the same feat would be impossible. That said, that didn't mean there weren't consequences. Ping asterisk. Replying to Seed, it is possible to overshoot the entry limit of a zone. Lionel blinked, his mind spinning. He froze a moment later, suddenly thinking of something and almost cursing the dictionary for being too blunt again. Is there a penalty for doing so? Ping asterisk, yes. What penalty? Lionel's heart sank. Ping asterisk. The most frequent penalty is a time reduction. Lionel nearly cursed. This damn little mink, it was always causing him problems. The original time limit of 10 years was already pushing it. Though now that Lionel had given up on perfectly completing the zone, it was still hard to say whether whatever reduction penalty he faced would allow him to clear the main quest. According to the dictionary, the main question was to save King Arthur. With how complicated everything was becoming with Modred's actions, it was hard to tell exactly what that entailed. Lionel really couldn't afford a time reduction. Lionel sucked in a cold breath and calmed himself. Worrying now wouldn't be helpful to him. How much time do I have left after the reduction? Ping. 1,821 days remaining. Lionel winced. That was a little under 5 years. The little mink's appearance really almost half the time he had left. How infuriating. Could it be that little Tali doesn't influence the time? Ping asterisk. Replying to Seed, little Tali's soul is fused with Seed's. As such, it does not count. Lionel could only let his frustration dissipate. There was already nothing he could do. Suddenly, arcs of lightning flashed within Lionel's dreamscape, causing his gaze to brighten. 2 questions. How was the time reduction calculated? Secondly, if I meld my soul with the little mink, will the time penalty lessen? Ping asterisk. Replying to Seed, only 5 of the initial entries still remain alive. Due to this, the penalty for an additional entry was reduced greatly to just a half reduction. Lionel's eyes widened. There was such a thing? 7 of the 12 that entered died already? How? Lionel felt a cold sweat mat his back. The dictionary's meaning was that the penalty would have been even worse if not for these deaths. He had been so lost in his own grievances and improvements that he had forgotten that this was an SS grade zone. It should be at humanity's limits to clear a zone like this. It couldn't be done casually. Yet, because of Lionel's actions, the well-planned teams designated by the Slayer Legion became imbalanced. He likely ruined much of their plans. In truth, it wasn't Lionel's fault. It was the fault of the Aderna family. Lionel was originally slotted as an entry from the very beginning thanks to his performance. But something told Lionel that this sound logic wouldn't be accepted by the members of the rebels. Now that Lionel thought about it, he had also almost died. Had it not been for a stroke of fate, he too would be among the dead. Thinking to this point, Lionel grew several levels more serious. In this place, his life was truly on the line. He couldn't take things lightly. Yes, becoming one with the little mink would remove the penalty, though only by a margin. Lionel took a deep breath. His plan was simple. The messenger mages of the front lines had given Lionel no small amount of inspiration. Usually, those beast-taming mages could only control weak-willed animals with low intelligence such as the falcons and hawks they used to pass on messages. However, Lionel had several advantages over them. Firstly, his spirit pressure was several times more powerful. Secondly, he had several methods of lulling the little mink's mind into lowering its guard. He had to at least take the chance if possible. All this said, Lionel couldn't have possibly guessed what would happen next. The little mink blinked out and into existence. When it reappeared, it had already sat on Lionel's opposite shoulder, standing in opposition to little Tolly. At first, Lionel had his guard up. But this, his strong internal sight suddenly felt something stretch out from the little mink to him. Tying them together, Lionel's expression changed. He felt a subtle link between himself and the little mink. But it wasn't through their souls but rather? Lionel took a step, his face twitching. Our shadows are connected? Lionel subconsciously felt that this connection was no weaker than a soul connection. In some ways, it might have been even deeper. Chapter 272. What? What just happened? Ping. The little mink has used its shadow world ability to tie Seed's shadow to its own. What the hell does that mean? Lionel didn't understand. A shadow was just a body blocking light from reaching the ground. It shouldn't have been any more or less. How do you tie two shadows together? And worst yet, he didn't even have the means to resist. What if this was detrimental to him? Ping. Seed can consider this a magic system unique to the little mink's ability. Lionel's eyes widened before he came to a certain understanding. It turned out that the universe could introduce new magic systems not only through mythological zones, but also through abilities. Then what does the melding of our shadows mean? Ping. To the little mink, shadows function similarly to souls. Connecting you shadows is similar to the little mink taking you as a familiar. Lionel's lip twitched. Wasn't it supposed to be the other way around? He was the one getting treated like a pet now? He really didn't know how he was supposed to react to such a thing. Lionel sighed and shook his head. Soul Reader. Soul Reader was a one-star magus art. It wasn't as exaggerated as allowing one to read someone's mind, but it could be used against low-intelligent creatures to understand the general gist of their emotions. When Lionel cast this on the little mink, he felt waves of fondness and gratitude infiltrate his mind. Lionel raised an eyebrow. Oh. This little guy must think I was the one who saved it from that monocle-wearing bastard. Lionel scratched his nose, feeling a little bit like he was taking advantage of a child. Though he had indeed saved the little mink back then, that was for his own purposes. He would have felt more comfortable just killing it, but his heart had softened at the last moment. In addition, the only reason he saved the little mink was to stop Simeon from using his ability to control it. That would have put him in a bad situation. So it could be said that he had done so for his own selfish reasons. Lionel shook his head and smiled. He guessed this was just fate. If he could take the little mink as a partner, even if it meant taking on a time reduction penalty, it was worth it. After all, this little guy was extremely powerful. If it wasn't so immature and infantile in its thinking, it would have played Simeon to death. Unfortunately, it was still young and inexperienced. Lionel scratched its little head. Yip. Yip. The little mink rubbed its head against Lionel's fingers. Alright, I'll call you Blackstar. How about it? Yip. 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 The little mink seemed to like its new name. Blop boop on Lionel's opposite shoulder. Little Tolly seemed a bit disgruntled. Clearly, it didn't like little Blackstar too much. Alright. Lionel let little Tolly rush around his fingers and wrist. After the little guy began to evolve, it learned to control its corrosive property a bit more. As long as it wasn't activated, there was nothing to worry about. With Lionel's help, it had already reached the Tier 7 black grade of evolution. Who knows, maybe if its control increased, Lionel could use it to take this damned wristwatch off without taking his hand with it. Watching his two familiars glaring at one another, Lionel felt his mood lighten. It had been a long time since he could genuinely smile. It felt like ever since he sent Ana away and fell out with James. Everything had only been getting worse and worse for him. I don't know enough about this little guy's ability to make proper use of him. After smiling for a moment, Lionel thought of a problem. The little mink's greatest weakness was its poor battle sense. Lionel could technically make up for that, but the prerequisite was understanding the little guy. If he couldn't, then he would be limiting the little guy too much. Lionel tried to ask the dictionary, but unfortunately, it could only give him vague hints. Even the dictionary didn't have the ability to give him too many details. There were simply too many variables when it came to abilities. Shadow World. Shadow World. Forget it, I'll just slowly figure everything out. Lionel planned to use Soul Reader consistently in the future. As long as he paid more attention to Little Blackstar while he used his abilities, it would be easier to gain a grasp on how Shadow World worked. Just when Lionel had made this decision, the ground began to shake. Due to the fact he was underground, it felt as though the rumbling was within his chest, even to the point his teeth began to clatter. Lionel's gaze narrowed, turning his attention to the video capturing array he left on the surface. The scene he saw was about what he expected. On one side, a beaten and haggard group of human knights and mages stood. It was clear that fatigue was written all over their faces. However, their gazes remained sharp, almost like half-unsheathed blades. In the midst of these humans, there was a man clad in white armor. The Spalders were shaped into roaring white tigers, giving him a valiant and partly barbaric appearance. Lionel immediately recognized this man as King Arthur. On the other side, there was a horde of demons. They weren't nearly as organized, but their eyes reddened with fighting intent. Some of them with part bestial bodies let their tongues hang from their mouths, not caring as thick, grotesque globs of saliva dripped down. In the midst of these demons, Lionel's eyes locked onto a woman. In truth, this woman should have taken his breath away. She had a valiant air that reminded him of Aina, but she had a maturity Aina was still lacking. Her body seemed carved by the hands of a god, perfectly proportioned, and without an inch out of place. The way her black armor flowed into a skirt that revealed two long, pale legs could grip the gaze of all those who saw her. However, Lionel hardly spared this woman a glance, because his eyes landed on something else directly afterward. It was yet another woman. She too was beautiful, though somewhat lacking in comparison to the woman donning black armor. She wore fiery red armor, and had a cap of red feathers attached to her shoulders. Still, it wasn't her looks that caught Lionel's attention. Gazing upon her, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Supreme Monet. Chapter 273. Lionel sucked in a cold breath. If Monet had managed to get close to Madrid, this was either a good thing or a bad thing. Something like betraying Lionel and siding with the demons was impossible. After all, doing so would put Monet's life on the line as well. Unless her zone detection treasure made a mistake. Lionel had already learned the hard way that such treasures tended to be unreliable. Had it not been for his luck until now, he probably would have fallen in a zone already simply due to lack of information. If Madrid's detection treasure informed her that the main quest was to save King Arthur, this could be a good thing. However, if for whatever reason it was off in its assessment, then Monet might become an enemy Lionel had to fight against. This might be a problem. Lionel looked through the rest of the opposing armies. He immediately found the remaining three who had entered with him. Big Buddha, Little Nana, Violet Rain? Lionel was stunned. Could it be that adorable little girl was all alone now? What happened to the rest of the Aderna family? Did they all really die? Lionel knew that there was an escape ticket to leave zones. However, he couldn't imagine that a family would leave their little sister behind like this. There had to be another explanation. On the other side, the fact that only Monet, Big Buddha and Violet Rain stood on the side of the demons likely meant the others were dead, including Badger's partner, Mayfly. Lionel didn't know how to feel about this. Though he had no love lost to the Slayer Legion, Mayfly had been among the two who came to save him. Though he didn't really need such help at that time, sometimes the thought was as important as the action. The two armies faced each other, the tension towering into the air. King Arthur sat upon his horse with a stoic expression. A strong dignity scrunched his brows. The version of him now was completely unlike the enraged monarch he had been before. Rather, he had once more regained his bearing, facing off the enemies of humanity with a valiant momentum. On the opposite side, Modred stood. Unlike King Arthur, her demeanor didn't hold any dignity. This wasn't to say that her momentum lost out, but rather than her method of showing her majesty was much different. While King Arthur was incomparably serious, surrounded by 6 of his originally 12 knights, she was completely indifferent. It was as though she didn't put Camelot in her eyes at all. Draw. King Arthur's mighty roar was met by the sounds of unsheathing blades. Their movements were as one, causing the sharp metallic resonance to fuse into one, piercing toward the rumbling, black clouds above. At that moment, the pillar of light to Modred's back suddenly shuddered, splitting in two and slowly opening. Modred's indifferent expression curled into a smile. It carried a hint of seduction and teasing. It was the kind of expression that a daughter should never give a father. But those who were aware of the relationship between Modred and King Arthur were few and far between. There's no need to fight, now is there? We can simply enter together and leave the rest up to fate. Modred's delicate voice should have made them sigh a breath of relief, but it instead made their rage bubble up. No need to fight? They had known nothing but battle for nearly the whole of this last month. Now they finally met the enemy that was the cause of all their frustrations, but she actually said that there was no need to fight. It was as though they had met the enemy of a lifetime, but could do nothing but watch as they basked in their own success. The worst part was that they knew they had no choice but to play along with this enemy's wishes. King Arthur's jaw set, but he didn't flare up. His cold, blue eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. Their army had been worn down during this travel. Entering the gates in this condition would no doubt put them at a great disadvantage. Modred definitely knew this. There was no need for her to put her own people at risk. It was more important to enter. Without another word, she turned, leading the demons into the wide expanse. She didn't even protect her back. This not only showed her disregard for Camelot, but also how little she cared about the lives of the demons who served her. While they had to worry about the emotions of humans and protecting their lives, Modred didn't have to care for any of this. King Arthur calmed the rage in his heart. They had already sacrificed so much to get here. They couldn't afford to sacrifice any more. He swept a glance over the would-be battlefield, but he didn't find a hint of Lionel's shadow. This realization caused him to frown. He waved a hand. Gawain, stay back and guard the gate. Only enter at the last moment, and make sure you're the last to do so. One of the knights by Lionel's side nodded. He was King Arthur's nephew, a knight of the Round Table, Sir Gawain. The relations between the knights were quite complex. Gawain was Lancelot's best friend, however Lancelot wasn't present. Due to the complexities of Arthur and Lancelot's relationship, Arthur had no choice but to walk a fine line. As such, his compromise was forcing Lancelot to remain back and defend while Gawain was allowed to come. Unfortunately for Arthur, Lionel had no intention of being left out at the last moment. The moment Modred turned toward the gate, he had already begun moving through the ground. In this situation, he couldn't afford to continue being cautious. Maybe it was a bit expected, then, that Modred's steps would pause just when she was about to enter the gates. Her delicate brows arched, seemingly sensing something. Her gaze swept forward, landing on the precise piece of land Lionel was running beneath. Lionel's eyes narrowed when he sensed he had been locked onto, but he didn't change his direction nor slow his pace. In fact, he kept running beneath the ground. He was too far beneath the ground to be easily dealt with. Only an earth magus could disrupt him greatly. Modred's eyes twinkled as though she had found an interesting toy to play with. She could tell that Lionel had sensed her, yet he actually continued undaunted. By now, Modred wasn't the only one who noticed the oddity. Those of Camelot immediately knew who it was. They all knew Lionel was an earth mage. Who else could it be but him? Modred chuckled and didn't mind it anymore, stepping into the gate. The moment she vanished, Lionel had already cut deep into the demon army, shuttling through beneath their feet with the greatest speed he could muster. King Arthur's jaw clenched. He could have never imagined that Lionel would be so brazen. But if he thought about it, what had Lionel done to now that wasn't a slap to his face? Forward. He already knew it was too late to stop Lionel, But there would be plenty of chances to get rid of this potential trouble during the trials as long as they were anything like the last time he entered. Toward such an attitude, Lionel could only shake his head. He really didn't want to save such a man, but he had no choice if he wanted to keep his own life. Shaking his head, Lionel launched himself out of the ground, not minding that he appeared in the midst of several demons. His speed was too fast. Now that he wasn't a member of Camelot anymore, what could restrict him from using his light elemental force? In the blink of an eye, a streak of blinding gold appeared beneath Lionel's feet, and he entered the gate. Chapter 274. Just one chapter today. Lionel didn't find what he expected to find on the other side. From the reactions of the demon and human armies, it seemed that they would have another chance to deal with him within the trial. So he had been fully prepared for an all-out battle the moment he stepped in. However, this wasn't what he found at all. At the moment he stood on a dull gray platform. It was a meter by meter in length and width. There was nothing particularly special about it at all except for the fact it hung midair amidst an endless darkness. Lionel stretched out his senses, but he couldn't sense a ceiling nor a bottom. It was as though he was floating in the depths of space. It almost felt like a dream. But if it really was so, little Tolly wouldn't still be happily squirming around his fingers, nor would little Black Star be lazily lying around his neck. Since both of them were by his side, it was clear that Lionel's true body had entered whatever space this was, at least upon his initial assessment. Just when Lionel was feeling confused, an aged voice suddenly rang around him. Due to the surroundings, it was difficult for Lionel to tell whether it was sounding directly in his head, or if it was being transmitted to him some other way. But Lionel didn't linger on this question for too long as the words the voice said caught his full attention. Lionel saw several orbs of light manifest before him. Each of them housed a different object. There was a sword, a bow, a spear, and a wand. Outside of these four, there were other more unconventional weapons. Lionel could see maces, staffs, and battle axes. But none were as large as the first four Lionel noticed. Am supposed to choose one of these? Lionel didn't really need to think much. He had never touched a sword before, and there was no real point in learning now. The spear was even easier to ignore. Though this might sound odd, after a moment of thought, it became obvious why. Everything in this trial was tied to the third dimension. It might very well become obsolete at higher realms, unless Lionel put in the effort to evolve it. This zone represented an opportunity. All of the magic systems here had ample potential for growth if taken to the extreme. However, why would Lionel need to do such a thing for the spear since he already had the spear domain ring on his finger? The last two were a bit more difficult to choose between. Lionel was very interested in his world's mage art system. It had been very helpful to him to this point, and he could see it being useful at least into the immediate future. At the same time, Lionel had long since realized that his talent in the bow was overwhelming. Even though he had awakened his spear domain lineage factor, he still felt that his talent for marksmanship overshadowed it by a large margin. In the end, Lionel decided on the bow. It came down to a simple risk assessment. He had a legacy related to the Bowman King inheritance in his hands. From Lionel's understanding, this was related to a minor opening. Ellis had said that benefiting from a minor opening could give some advantages during a major opening. In that case, there really was only one option. Lionel had enough to worry about. It was in his best interest that he made everything that he could control as easy as possible. Lionel subconsciously took the deep black bow from his spatial bracelet. It alone stood as tall as any one of his spears. The moment Lionel acted, the sphere of light housing a bow reacted immediately, shooting toward him like a falling star, and fusing into him and the black bow. Lionel raised an eyebrow. There was now a small, barely perceptible, golden brand on the back of his hand. It looked especially faded, as though it had been drawn on then washed away. Lionel subconsciously felt that this tattoo of sorts would become very important very soon. Lionel didn't get much of a chance to observe the tattoo for long, because the situation around him changed completely in the next instant. His gray platform shot forward as though trying to fling him off. Luckily, some unknown force kept his feet planted, or else he really would have been in a sorry state. Lionel's vision blurred and his mind spun. Not knowing whether he was moving up, down, left or right left him completely disoriented. If it wasn't for a vague forward trajectory, he wouldn't have any idea where he was headed. Suddenly, the platform came to a grinding halt. Lionel's eyes squinted and he shook his head. At that moment he felt several auras lock onto him, many of which were filled with killing intent. Lionel's vision slowly cleared, allowing him to look around for the first time. What he saw left him smiling a bit bitterly. All around him, platforms just like his own hung in the vast expanse of darkness. There were about 200 of them in total, half of which were taken by humans and another half of which were taken up by demons. Many of the strings of killing intent came from the demons that floated around him, but that was simply due to their hatred of humans. The more pointed streams of killing intent actually came from the humans. Lionel could feel King Arthur's gaze sweep over him. But there wasn't just him. Supreme Monet was seemingly stunned and enraged to see him here. So many of her men had died in this place. Yet Lionel had actually managed to survive. Whether it made sense or not, she subconsciously placed blame on Lionel for such a thing. Of course, she also hated the Aderna family for sticking their nose in a place it wasn't meant to be. However, some of this hatred was unwittingly directed toward Lionel as well. After ignoring the glances and regaining an air of calm, Lionel realized that everyone also held a weapon. But their weapons were strikingly different from his own. Compared to the powerful bow in his hand, theirs were mostly the most simple and crude weapons imaginable. They even reminded Lionel of the primitive man's spear. As Lionel was noticing their weapons, they too noticed his minor opening. They all understood immediately, and the light of greed lit in many of their eyes. Among those who were here, there were a striking minority who had such a luxury. The first was King Arthur. He wielded his sword with a valiant air. There was no doubt that this sword was the legendary Excalibur. The next was Madrid. She held a wand as black as ink. It held an air of majesty that made Lionel's heart tremble. For some reason, he could see the faint image of an ink-black Chelan looming behind her. Surprisingly, the third was actually Pierce. This was likely a surprise even to King Arthur and his men. Pierce's long twin swords gently touched the ground, being held lightly in his palms. The fourth was Pope Margrave. He held a radiant cross to his chest as though sinking deep into a perpetual prayer. The light around him seemed to illuminate even the endless darkness. Before Lionel could observe the others, the situation changed once again. The world warped. A single massive gray platform over 20 meters in width and length appeared. At that moment, a demon's own gray platform shot forward, connecting to the massive platform outside of his control. Before Lionel could understand what was happening, a creature began to manifest. Chapter 275. Soon, an odd metallic beast came into being. At first it seemed that its metal coverings were just bits of oddly placed armor. However, when it began to stretch, it became obvious from its movement that these metallic shields were a part of its body. It stood on four limbs, looking somewhat like a large silver tiger. However, its tail was exceptionally long, being formed of shield-like scales that reminded one of a scorpion without the final pincer. This tail was almost like a whip, being double the length of the creature's body. It had two sharp tusks that left its mouth partially open. At the same time, it only had a single vertical eye that split its forehead in two. At this time, the beast was surrounded by a shield. Though the voice had said that the first trial had begun, a step had to be completed first. The demon chosen to be first stood on its platform, facing the creature. However, he had yet to step onto the main platform just yet. This wasn't because he was cowering in fear, but rather because odd patterns had begun to form before him. He wasn't the only one who could see these patterns. It was another choice. Except this time, everyone would bear witness to it together. Soon the patterns coalesced, forming a clear image. What was left were numerous spheres connected by branching lasers. Most of these spheres were dim. However, at the very bottom, there was one that was slightly brighter. Lionel's mind immediately realized what this was. Skill tree? At first, Lionel thought his idea was silly. But, the more he thought about it, the more he realized that this was the only explanation. The demon's choice of weapon was a mace. The only bright sphere of the skill tree also projected the image of a mace, except this mace was in movement, displaying what Lionel assumed was a technique. Unlike Lionel, who was in the dark, it seemed the demon wasn't surprised by the appearance of this skill tree. His eyes looked toward the top of the skill tree with a fiery light, but he was well aware he wasn't in position to touch those legendary abilities just yet. With a hint of reluctance, he reached for the only slightly bright sphere. The demon brandished his mace and licked his lips. The shield vanished the moment he stepped onto the main platform. In that instant, the lazily stretching beast suddenly stopped, a faint growl trembling its tusks. The battle lasted longer than Lionel thought it would. He had originally assumed that it would be a matter of a few moves, but the longer he observed, the more shocked and apprehensive he became. The reason for his shock wasn't because the beast was too powerful or that the demon was too weak, or even the vice versa of either. The reason he was so shocked was because aside from single-handed bash, the demon didn't use any other moves. No, that wasn't exactly right. It wasn't that he didn't use any other moves, but rather that he couldn't. When Lionel reached this point in his thoughts, he sucked in a cold breath and suddenly understood how this trial would work. There were likely formless laws in this place that made it impossible to use skills that weren't unlocked through the skill tree. Lionel was stunned. For the first time, he somewhat regretted choosing the bow. If things were really like this, he was in a bad position. It wasn't a simple matter of attack patterns being restricted. The demon could only move with simple steps. In addition, his skill seemed to have a cooldown, as though this was really a game. This sort of situation caused him to only be able to attack once every 3 seconds. This meant that every aspect of battle was controlled, whether it was movement, attack, or defense. As a bowman, Lionel was particularly restricted. It would make the future several levels more troublesome. This wasn't the only problem either. Lionel had hoped to use his mage arts to make up for his lack of arrows. But if he could only use skills on his skill tree, where would he get arrows from? Lionel was certain that if this place could restrict even attack patterns, there was no way it would allow him to produce his own arrows. Shit. Lionel clenched his jaw. Finally, after a long drawn-out battle, the sound of shattering glass resounded. An invisible shield around the metallic beast broke, causing it to shut down. Beaten and haggard, the demon's eyes flashed brilliantly. Though fatigued, he had done it. He had passed the first trial. The skill tree appeared before the demon man once again. This time, a new row had lit up. But with his skill points, he could at most choose 2. In addition, there were some skills that needed more than just a single point to awaken. For now, though, all the skills the demon man could awaken were basic, and as such only needed 1. The trouble was deciding a path to go down. Should he try to diversify, or try to specialize in one branch, until he could awaken rank skills? Eventually, the demon made his choice. The demon's platform shot back. Once it was within the group of waiting trial takers, a soothing light descended upon him, slowly washing away his fatigue. At that moment, everyone grew tense once more. For a demon lord with such a formidable body to struggle so much, everyone was hoping they'd have more time to observe, even Lionel. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Lionel felt his platform tremble, and then shoot forward. It seemed he had won a lottery he had wanted no parts of. Chapter 276. Lionel settled his breathing. Since he had to go, he would go. Numerous gazes flooded toward Lionel. Compared to the interest the previous candidate had, the curiosity toward Lionel was several levels greater. This could only be expected. After all, Lionel was the beneficiary of a minor opening. He was definitely among those who would last to the very end of these trials. At the same time, he was a target. As for the reasons why, only those who entered the Merlin trials before would be aware. The skill tree appeared before Lionel the moment his platform connected to the large stage. Seeing it up front and personal like this, Lionel realized there was a lot he had missed before. The skill tree actually had 3 roots. These roots were the starter basic skills that didn't have any prerequisites to unlock. Among these roots, there was the weaponry root, the physical root, and finally the special skill root. From what Lionel could tell, the weaponry root were all related to his bow. The physical route was related to movement techniques, use of force, defensive techniques, and another broad range of matters. It seemed to have the greatest variety. Finally, the special skill route seemed to be universal in its use, meaning that Lionel's special skill tree was likely the same as everyone else's. The special skill route was indeed unique. The more Lionel looked at it, the less it seemed to conform to the previous rules he had come to know. For one, it took more than just skill points to unlock them. You seemed to need to pair them with rewards for trials that had been cleared. In addition, there were sometimes less stringent prerequisites and sometimes more. For example, the silver skill force burst could explosively increase the strength of force attacks for a time. However, it required the unlocking the bronze skill force burst 3 separate times. However, there were also some gold skills that had no prerequisites whatsoever. It didn't seem to have much rhyme or logic to it. That said, Lionel took a mental note of this. He didn't believe it was without reason. Lionel turned his attention back to the weaponry route. Lionel's weaponry route was a basic skill named single shot. Much like the demon's single-handed bash, it allowed him to fire 1 arrow every 3 seconds. The voice suddenly snapped Lionel out of his thoughts. He was pleasantly surprised for a moment before understanding. This must be his advantage as a beneficiary of a minor opening. The jealous gazes he was receiving pretty much confirmed this. Some even seemed to be urging him to hurry up. After all, Lionel had been standing for a while. But Lionel turned a blind eye to these people. Since there wasn't a time limit, he would imprint this skill tree in its entirety into his dreamscape. Wait! Lionel's eyes suddenly flashed as his mind nearly exploded with blinding arcs of lightning. He couldn't believe he hadn't thought of this before. If he imprinted his skills into his dreamscape, in the midst of battle, would his ability be able to deduce the perfect response every time? Originally, he had only wanted to imprint this skill tree into his mind so he could deduce the optimal path for skill unlocks, but he realized there was much more benefits to this than he thought. Outside these trial grounds, I don't have skills that I put into use. It's too freeform, so it's difficult to use my dreamscape. This was the real reason Lionel never thought of using his dreamscape like this. Real life wasn't a game. You couldn't just break down a person's abilities into skills they could use at any given time. Or, could you? If Lionel broke down all of his techniques and abilities into their simplest forms, then arranged them into his dreamscape, what would happen then? Let's use these trial grounds as a test. This environment was perfect for Lionel to test whether or not his idea was viable. In here, he really could only use skills provided by Merlin. What better place would there be to test whether or not this new application of Dreamscape would work? If this worked, this would fix another big problem Lionel was having as well. To now, he had yet to be capable of fluidly linking all the spear legacies he was gaining. But what if he could arrange all his spear skills into his dreamscape as well? Lionel's breathing hitched slightly. If this worked, his ability, which had always been lacking in direct combat, might allow him to become a true monster. However, Lionel knew he couldn't get ahead of himself. In order to use his dreamscape in this way, he had to raise his battle sense to obscene levels. Only by being able to read his opponent would he be able to perfect the suggestions of his dreamscape. Experience. It all comes down to experience. Lionel's gaze turned bright. These Merlin trials would be perfect for him. The moment he made this decision, he blocked out the entire world. He didn't care about the impatience of those waiting for him. His heart had slowed to a crawl. The moment the voice descended, a quiver of arrows descended before Lionel. Lionel understood immediately. This basic quiver gave him 10 arrows, and a single arrow would be replenished every minute. It seemed that his advantage in weapons didn't extend to his arrows, but this was fine too. He had enough advantages already. His gaze turned serious as the shield around the metallic beast disappeared. It was the very same beast the demon faced, and it was likely the invisible barrier the demon cracked was now revitalized. Lionel felt that little black star in Tali's movements were restricted the moment the trial began, but he wasn't surprised. On the special skill tree, he had already seen numerous skills related to familiars. It seemed he wouldn't be able to make use of them until he unlocked them. But this was fine. For now, Lionel didn't think he needed them just yet. He brandished his bow, knocking his first arrow. Chapter 277. Lionel took a step forward. He realized that no matter what he did, his steps were measured. Exactly 50 meters apart without the slightest hint of deviation. He couldn't speed up, nor could he slow down. Even taking a sidestep was difficult. If he wanted variations in his steps and speed, the only way was to begin unlocking the physical route. However, he wasn't worried. He had already seen one person pass this test, so all the stats of the beast had long since been reflected in his mind. Metallic beast, power, 1 stars black. Strength 1 star black. Speed 1 star black. Agility 2 stars black. Coordination 4 stars black. Stamina? Stars black. Reactions 4 stars black. Defense 3 star black. Spirit? Stars black. Force? Stars black. Power accuracy 100%. Lionel knew that this assessment was 100% accurate. This metallic beast was purposely nerfed by Merlin. As such, all of its abilities were perfectly measured without the variation one would expect in real life. In addition, during this first trial, it seemed that the beast's long, whip-like tail couldn't be used to attack. There were only 3 attack patterns: lunge, sweep, and bite. The beast can lunge at most 1.5 meters. A sweep of its claws extended its range by half a meter at most. Bite will only activate if I enter a 2-meter range of its, and also has a range of half a meter. It can attack only once every 2 seconds, and will be stunned for 20 seconds after suffering a hit. However, if I hit it in that spot. These kind of perfectly measured battles. They were simply too easy for Lionel. Shoo! An arrow appeared right between the brows of the metallic beast, just as it was stalking its way toward Lionel. Stacked shot. Lionel thought to himself. He reloaded his bow, shooting again. Normally, having unlocked quick reload, Lionel could fire a normal single shot once every 2.5 seconds instead of once every 3. However, when stacked shot was activated, Lionel could fire 2 shots consecutively with a reload time of just 1 second. Lionel used his steps, circling around the beast. A normal hit would stun it for 20 seconds. However, whenever its single eye was attacked, it would be enough to stun it for a full second, allowing one to get more hits in. However, Lionel didn't use it in this way. He had a limited amount of arrows and wasn't like the others. It was inadvisable for him to just unload. In addition, a single second wasn't even enough time for him to do so. Rather than doing so, Lionel took this time to constantly adjust his footsteps, taking care to control not only himself, but the angles of attack the metallic beast could use. Lionel realized that while this space could hinder almost all of his abilities, whether it be his abilities as an earth mage or a light mage, the one thing it could not hinder in the slightest was his ability. He realized this was the same for Little Blackstar as well. There were only 2 reasons he didn't use Little Blackstar. First, he needed to properly vet his new path and potential use for his dreamscape himself. If he used Blackstar, it would defeat the purpose. And secondly, while this space couldn't block Blackstar's ability, what it could do was stop his ability to move at all. Lionel believed that the moment he unlocked the familiar special skill, Little Blackstar would be able to use his full range of abilities. As Lionel was lost in thought, falling into the steady rhythm of battle, the demon who had gone before him felt his whole world plummeting. Why did Lionel make it look so easy? Bang! The invisible protective barrier shattered once more, sprinkling down like a rain of broken glass. Special store ticket? Lionel didn't use this ticket immediately. He assumed this special store was a place he could go to upgrade his equipment. His bow was fine, but his quiver was lacking as an example. However, Lionel also noticed that there was no currency. This made him realize that he likely had to pay skill points to buy items, and in the case it wasn't skill points that were necessary, that just meant he didn't have the funds necessary to buy anything to begin with. In that case, it wasn't worth it just yet. It was better that he spend his skill points on himself for now. Lionel turned his attention back to his skill tree. I need 5 skill points and something called a star point to give Little Blackstar the ability to move. In that case, I'll just focus on myself for now. Lionel had already made his decision before his battle even began. Sidestep would allow him some more freedom in movement. It was essentially a lunge to the side that he could use in critical moments to move himself to the left or right by a meter. Advanced quick reload would quicken his reload from 2.5 seconds to 2 seconds. Reinforced arrow was his first force ability. It undid the shackles on his force by a small amount and allowed him to reinforce his arrows. With this, he would finally be able to use the Tier 9 black-grade gloves he had designed for this bow, albeit it by a small margin. Critical arrow worked just like a video game's critical strike did. It gave him a boosted chance of dealing more damage to his foes. Though it was a passive ability, due to the percentages, it would become very useful in the future, especially when he began to fire more arrows. And most importantly, critical arrow was a prerequisite for many of the higher-level skills he was eyeing. Lionel took a deep breath and stepped back onto his platform. He could sense numerous gazes on him, many of which were both hostile and cautious. It was clear that after his performance, many had begun to take him as a serious competitor. Chapter 278. A pillar of golden light fell onto Lionel's body. At first he thought it was a pity. Aside from soreness in his muscles from pulling his bow again and again, there wasn't much else wrong with him. However, the moment the pillar fell onto him, Lionel realized that he had thought too simply. Lionel felt his meditation technique begin to circulate on its own. He immediately realized that this meditation technique wasn't one he had learned from Camelot, but rather a meditation technique he had grasped from Merlin's Betrothal, Bowman King. Meditation techniques all relied on breathing. This wasn't only the expansion and contraction of the lungs, but of the force nodes as well. Where they differed in complexity was in the purity of force they used to temper one's already existing internal strength, and the methods by which breathing could be done. Many meditation techniques could only intake energy through the mouth and nose. Some higher-level techniques could use the hands and thanks to special seals formed by the fingers. However, Merlin's technique was on a completely different level. It could absorb force directly through the ethereal glabella. Not only was force capable of doing this exceptionally pure, but it was also incredibly dense, making it easier to crystallize one's force. The special force capable of doing this was known as star force. Star force was among the highest level forces in all of existence, existing on a level no inferior to light elemental or dark elemental force. In fact, this was only when considering the lowest grade star force there was. When the highest order star forces were taken into consideration, even such elemental forces could not compare. Of course, this was just a matter of differing quality. There were always exceptions to the rule. There were stronger and weaker inheritances of light and darkness as well. But this wasn't important at the moment. What was important was that star force was well known for two abilities: its purity and its density. Compared to other forces, star force was the most well known for its purity. Not only was it exceptionally pure, but it could influence its surroundings to be purified. In fact, this latter abilities where much of its preciousness came from. In addition, star force was naturally dense. Even without undergoing crystallization, a given portion of star force could execute more actions than the same amount of another force. What Lionel realized at that moment was that this recovery opportunity wasn't just for healing his body, but it also circulated his meditation technique for him, purifying his force. Lionel immediately realized that this refinement was several times faster than it had been in the past. Suddenly, Lionel's expression changed. The two stars within his ethereal glabella began to greedily absorb the star force flooding into him. Soon, they began to spin faster, pulsing out with radiant star force that was a level purer and denser than what was provided by Merlin's trial grounds. Lionel felt like he had been hit by a bolt of lightning. Dimensional cleanse. Could it rely on star force as well? Now that he thought about it, every time he formed a star, his body would be cleansed and impurities would be washed from his body. Didn't that conform with the abilities of star force? Lionel couldn't believe he hadn't made this connection before. At that moment, he realized another weakness of his dreamscape. Things he didn't place within his dreamscape obviously couldn't be used to draw conclusions. Lionel had never placed his own techniques within his dreamscape. Everything that could be found within it now were things he had read within the Mage and Knight Academy libraries. Lionel took a deep breath, quickly circulating the meditation technique. This time he didn't restrict his stars, instead allowing them to act as they pleased. In the past, he hadn't been able to absorb enough star force at once to elicit this response. But now that he had, he realized his body was perfectly suited to Merlin's meditation technique. Others continued to take their trials, but Lionel didn't have time to spare for them. By the time the feeling faded away, Lionel realized that just one of these rewards was the equivalent of an entire month of meditation for him. If he continued at this pace, in another dozen or so trials, he would have enough assurance to form his 9th and 10th nodes. Lionel felt that once he formed these final 2 nodes, he wouldn't have anything to fear within this zone any longer. He felt a keen anticipation. But soon, he buried these thoughts deep within his heart. Even after the pillar of light stopped, Lionel didn't open his eyes. Rather, he had focused his attention on the skill tree once more. Namely, the skill at the very top. In truth, there were 5. One pictured an endless snowy plain. The whistling of harsh winds and sharp, fluttering snow made Lionel feel a bite of cold just by looking at it. The second was a forest painted in red, yellow and brown. It was a lush landscape of fall that made one gasp in astonishment. However, it carried with it a withering feeling that ate at the heart as though reminding you that death was a step away. The third was filled with greenery. A sun hung high in the sky, beaming down with endless heat. Lionel felt as though his eyes were being scorched just by glancing at it. The fourth could only be described like a cool breeze. It was fleeting and calm while carrying an air of rebirth and revitalization. These 4 skills were linked and came together as one to form the highest level skill. This highest level skill could only be described as having a myriad of changes. Lionel knew exactly what these skills represented. When he first laid eyes on them, he couldn't help but be shocked. To think that these trials could give him such an opportunity. However, grasping it would be troublesome. The only method of doing so would be to unlock every skill of the weaponry route. Still, the moment he laid eyes on it, Lionel knew he had to no matter what. Chapter 279. Author's note. I keep getting caught up in the story and always forget to properly explain this part of DD's magic system, so we'll finally get to it now. LMAO in the universe, the current state of Lionel's force strengthening deviations can be called by many names. However, the one that resonated the most with Lionel was the embryonic stage. These so-called embryos were represented by the small translucent spear and the 12-sided star in Lionel's ethereal glabella, each representing Lionel's spear embryo and light embryo respectively. Unlike the various fictions Lionel had indulged in back when his life was more normal, the comprehension of force-strengthening deviations was incredibly complex. Each path had a myriad of variations, making it so that 2 people at the same level could be of vastly differing strengths. Ultimately, the path of improving one's force-strengthening deviations, or, rather, comprehending and refining them, was known by some wise men as the comprehension of the cycles of the universe. Force-strengthening deviations represented the mysteries of the universe. In order to use them to the highest standard, it was thus necessary to comprehend these so-called universe cycles. And how thoroughly one comprehended them dictated just how powerful one's force-strengthening deviations would be. This matter was difficult to comprehend at first, but the highest-level skills of Merlin's trial painted it perfectly. The simplest universe cycle in all of existence were the 4 seasons: winter, spring, summer, and fall. This level of comprehension was known as the 4 seasons realm. The current Lionel could be considered to be at the embryonic stage of the weakest 4 seasons realm. That said, calling the 4 seasons realm weak simply did not do it justice. Even though strong enough to progress through this universe cycle and comprehend the next may not do so perfectly. Refining one's force embryo to the point of comprehending the profundities of the 4 seasons wasn't a simple task by any stretch of the imagination. What made mastering this realm exceptionally difficult was the fact that not all force embryos were compatible with this compression. If you comprehended a fire embryo and wanted to master the winter variation of the 4 seasons realm, just how difficult would that be? Just the idea alone didn't seem to make any sense. As a result, Many failed to comprehend the Four Seasons realm in its entirety, and could only be assumed to have gained small insights into it. Only the most exceptional of geniuses could comprehend all four aspects of the Four Seasons realm, and use it as a foundation to proceed to the next universal cycle profundity. Compared to elemental force strengthening deviation, weapon force embryos had a comparatively easier time. However, the difficulty was still as troublesome as ascending to the skies. One could spend a lifetime comprehending just a portion of the mysteries in this so-called weakest universal cycle. By now, it should be obvious why Lionel was so shocked by these Merlin trials. If he was to believe what was before him now, it would be possible to comprehend all four aspects, and even fuse them into one if he completed this trial to its entirety. One had to know that the fusion phase of the Four Seasons realm was the most difficult. It was already hair-raising to attempt just to comprehend each of the Four Seasons individually, but combining them into one was even more so. However, it was only by completing a perfect fusion that one lay the most perfect foundation for the next stage. This was the world of force-strengthening deviations. Only by comprehending these profound universal cycles could one truly become powerful. This was exactly why Lionel couldn't just break into the next realm with his spear embryo. The more spear comprehensions he observed, the more all-encompassing his eventual fusion would be. The better he could capture the myriad of changes the Four Seasons represented, the more potent and powerful his spear would be. The next realm after the Four Seasons realm is known as the Heavenly Body realm. It requires comprehending the meteor, the moon, the planet, and the star. But I can forget about comprehending them perfectly, or even fusing them into one if I can't clear the Four Seasons realm first. The Four Seasons realm was the equivalent of the third dimension. However, when mastered, it was the equivalent of peak existences within the fourth dimension. Likewise, the Heavenly Body realm was the equivalent of the fourth dimension. When fully mastered, it was the equivalent of peak existences within the fifth dimension. Though, these things are easier said than done. And the reason for this is due to the fact there are different kinds of comprehensions within each realm. The first kind of comprehension is one who doesn't attempt to grasp the universe cycle at all. For example, Lionel could try to forcefully evolve his current third-dimensional spear embryo into one of the fourth dimension as long as he gains access to fourth-dimensional force. This sort of comprehension is the weakest, and is known by various existences as shell comprehension or empty comprehension. The second kind of comprehension is the one displayed here. This is relying on the comprehension of another to grasp the truths of the Four Seasons realm. Lionel wasn't certain if he would be allowed to keep Merlin's comprehensions when he left these trial grounds, but if he could, then he would fall into this second kind of comprehension. This sort of comprehension was in the middle of the first and the third kind. It wouldn't be as powerful as the peak existences of the fourth dimension, but it should be able to make Lionel undefeatable within his own realm of strength with a fair amount of ease. The third kind of comprehension was the most powerful. This kind was the result of one relying on themselves to comprehend the truths of the Four Seasons, and fusing them into one. Only in this instant would the true strength of the Four Seasons be perfectly displayed, and only then would it truly be possible to leap an entire realm to battle. After knowing all of this, the reason why Lionel would be so eager to gain these skills was obvious. Even though it wasn't as good as comprehending the third way, it would still be very helpful to him. It would allow him to lay a foundation for his own personal comprehension in the future. In addition, this was just for the bow. Currently, Lionel's main weapon was the spear. He wasn't so arrogant to believe that he could grasp everything in his hands. He was only one man, and he was already struggling with juggling everything he had to learn and master already. In such a case, wasn't mastering the second kind of comprehension better than not comprehending it at all? In that way, he wouldn't have to worry about his bow skills lagging behind for a long while. In addition, by using his bow as a framework, he would be able to light his path of the spear. It would definitely become many more times easier to bring his spear embryo to completion in these circumstances. But once again, Lionel forced himself to calm down. The number of skill points he would need numbered in the tens of thousands. In addition, he hadn't even formed a bow embryo yet. He was getting too ahead of himself. He had to take this step by step. Just as Lionel was reaffirming his own resolve, A familiar voice sounded once again. Lionel's brows shot up. His head immediately snapped toward the platform to see who had gotten such an exaggerated result, only to find King Arthur standing over the metallic beast, his back straight and his aura towering. Chapter 280. Lionel was shocked by the result. If he was honest with himself, he believed that he had already done about as well as anyone could. However, reality was cruel. It wasn't just King Arthur that performed better than he did. Following him, whether it was Pope Margrave, Modred or Pierce, each of them gained a perfect evaluation. What truly embarrassed Lionel was that there were even 2 demons who hadn't benefited from minor openings that managed to gain perfect evaluations as well. Before those 2 demons stepped forward, Lionel had thought it was due to the fact he was at a disadvantage. After all, while other beneficiaries of minor openings didn't have to worry about anything other than their weapon, Lionel had to balance his powerful bow with his weak arrows. However, after observing for a while longer, Lionel realized that things weren't so simple. If 2 demons with normal weapons could succeed, then there had to be a problem with him. Had he been too conservative? But Lionel really couldn't think of a way for him to have been more aggressive. As Lionel was realizing that matters wouldn't be as simple as he thought, the shock only continued to grow. After the 2 demons passed with perfect evaluations, Supreme Monet stepped forward and received yet another. This time, Lionel wasn't the only one who was shocked either. Monet used a whip. But it was clear by its quality that she too was just another regular participant of these trials. However, where she distinguished herself was in the fact that while Lionel had to unlock his force-wielding abilities, Monet didn't. Raging flames surged out from her body and coated her whip, making her every strike easily worth tens of times that of another. In the end, she shattered the protective shield around the metallic beast in less than 10 minutes, setting a new record. Toward such a display, Lionel couldn't help but frown. It seemed he had begun to take some things for granted. He couldn't afford to lose his focus chasing after dreams when there was very real danger right before him. He still wasn't aware if Monet would be on his side or not. His first priority was to survive. Only if that was possible would he give his everything to master the 4 Seasons realm with his bow. As expected, these trial grounds can't restrict abilities. Just like I can use mine freely, so can Monet. I had originally assumed that no one in Camelot or in Modred's demon army had abilities, but what if it's not that they don't, but that it's rare? Lionel began to silently inspect the 2 demons. It wasn't long before he understood just where their specialties lied. They have inborn natural strength. It seems that the abilities those of this mythological zones have aren't as broad and varied as ones from back on Earth, but it's possible for rare variations like this to occur. Lionel didn't dare to casually inspect King Arthur with his internal sight, but he believed that if he did, King Arthur might very well have such special inborn strength as well. Coupling that with the fact he had Excalibur, and everything would make sense. The only questionable one was Modred. She should have been in a similar position to Lionel, only being able to rely on long-ranged attacks from weak spells. Her situation was not much different from his own. Yet, she still managed to gain a perfect evaluation. Ultimately, though their situations were similar, they still differed by one major point. While Modred's wand could amplify the strength of her weak spells, it was difficult for Lionel's bow to do the same for his arrows, at least not by the same measure. Lionel grew more serious the more he thought. It seemed he had fallen a step behind. There were already 7 people with better evaluations than him. It was fine for Monet and the 2 demons for now since they didn't get the initial boost of skill points Lionel did. At most, they were on par with him with all of them having received 7 total skill points. But, if things continued like this, Lionel would only fall further behind. In addition, if Lionel couldn't perform better, he doubted that he would ever earn enough skill points to trade for the fall, winter, summer and spring embryos, let alone the fusion of them all. To make matters worse, not everyone had gone yet. Who knew if there were other monsters waiting in the wings? Now that Lionel thought about it, the others that had entered this zone with him also had abilities that wouldn't be restricted. As though to confirm Lionel's worries, Big Buddha and Violet Rain went up one after another. Big Buddha seemed to have gained large gloves for his hands from the weapon selection round, while Violet Rain had chosen a sword. Both of their battles were without suspense. As though even this wasn't enough, after many had gone, little Nana was the last to go up. Lionel frowned when he saw her. Compared to the shy little girl she had been when he last saw her, she seemed somewhat even more reserved and scared. Lionel's initial thought was that she had been scared by the trial. After all, she was only a teenage girl and younger than even the young Lionel by several years. Didn't it make sense if she was scared? However, when she used her bind ability and then easily dispatched the metallic beast to the point of breaking Monet's record, Lionel realized that her fear wasn't toward the beast, but rather toward turning back to approach. Pope Margrave? Lionel's frown deepened. Could the death of the other Aderna family members be related to the Pope? But this didn't make any sense. Why would the Pope kill them all but little Nana? And if he did do so, why would he allow little Nana to enter these trial grounds? Shouldn't he be like King Arthur, doing everything in his power to stop her from entering? The more Lionel thought about it, the more confused he seemed to become. Just when he wanted to see if it was possible to communicate with the little girl directly, a familiar voice sounded. The small gray platforms began to rumble. Chapter 281. Lionel shot up from his platform without the slightest hesitation. Though he hadn't expected such a thing to happen, he realized that there had to be a reason why others still dared to have thoughts of targeting him. The only explanation was that a round exactly like this one existed. The smaller gray platforms shot toward the large. In one swift motion, not only did the metallic beast disappear, but they were all dropped toward it. The large platform expanded. Soon, it was about 200 meters in width and length, but this sort of situation left Lionel frowning. There were over 200 people who had entered these trials. This sort of platform might seem large, but 200 meters, 40,000 square meters, that leaves 200 square meters to a person. Ultimately, when the math was broken down, everyone got a 14 by 14 meter region to themselves. How was this considered to be much space at all? For Lionel, who had taken the path of a bowman, he would be placed at a striking disadvantage. Lionel's gaze suddenly flickered. What is that? Realizing the danger he was in as he fell toward the large platform, Lionel immediately chose the smartest path available to him and began to pay attention to those that could threaten him. Of course, all those that fell into such a category were those who managed to gain perfect evaluations. However, in doing that, Lionel found something that stunned him. Each and every one of them had 2 orbs of light hovering above their heads, whereas no other person had such an orb of light. Those have to be the star points they earned. Could it be that they can be stolen during an elimination round? Lionel's eyes widened. That had to be so. Why else would they only appear now? If he noticed such a thing, how could others not notice as well? In that case, Lionel's feet hadn't even landed onto the large gray platform. Yet when he had drawn his bow, a hint of force wrapped around his bow, causing it to glow with just the slightest sheen. However, in the next moment, the seemingly normal light began to crackle with faint hints of yellow lightning suffused with the green glow of wind. Lionel hadn't been able to use the ability of his glove treasure until now because his force was restricted. But after unlocking Reinforced Arrow, everything would be different. Lionel also realized something else. While he was at a disadvantage in being in such a closed space, he also had a huge advantage as well. Among those soon to land on this platform, none were safe from him. Reinforced Arrow. Shoo! The sharp sound of wind and crackling lightning took hold of everyone's senses. Everyone had been entirely focused on where they would land on the platform and the enemy they'd have in their immediate surrounding. How could they expect that not only would someone attack while still in the air, but that they'd also attack someone over 100 meters from them? One of the 2 demons with inborn strength was completely caught off guard by Lionel's actions. How could he have ever expected to be targeted at this time? In his shock, he acted on reflex, trying to deflect Lionel's arrow, but to his horror, he realized that the rules of the Merlin trials were still restricting his movements. He hadn't spent any skill points on the physical route, and even if he had, The maneuvers one could buy that applied to this situation were too far up for him to even afford. Feelings of disgruntlement and unwillingness welled up in the demon's heart. Who among those who were here weren't heroes of their generation? Each of them stood at the top of their respective kingdoms. To die like this? And even while being unable to use his true strength? He was unresigned. Pooh! A bloody hole shot through the demon lord's skull. Before anyone could react, the two orbs of light above his head flickered and disappeared, reappearing above Lionel. With a harsh bang, Lionel landed on the platform. It was unfortunate, but he only had time to aim and fire a single arrow. However, the benefits he had gained were unimaginable. He hadn't thought he'd get the chance to earn star points so quickly. Now all he needed was 5 skill points and he'd be able to allow Blackstar the ability to move. Just when Lionel was feeling that he had benefited, he suddenly felt his heart go cold. Even after all this time, the primitive man's instincts still ran through his veins, making him feel as though he was in imminent danger. Lionel looked up to find not a small number of eyes on him. Whether it was the demons or the humans, the vast majority had turned their attention toward him. It was only then Lionel realized that he might very well have acted too rashly. If he realized the advantages and disadvantages he had, how could others not as well? Lionel might have benefited in catching everyone off guard. But now he was pegged as the most dangerous whether or not this was the objective reality. Everyone realized that if they turned their back to Lionel now and fought their own battles, who was to say that they wouldn't be the next to suffer beneath one of his sneak attacks? This wasn't all either. They all realized that Lionel now had 2 star points floating above his head. Not only would killing him now benefit them into the future, but whoever did so would gain 2 star points. The benefit of such a thing was inconceivable. Lionel slowly took a step back, but realized he couldn't take another. This wasn't because he was at the edge of the platform. In truth, at this moment he would rather prefer if he was. Unfortunately, though he couldn't be said to be in the middle of the large square platform, he was still about 40 to 50 meters from its bottom edge, and over 100 meters from his closest side edge. Suddenly, he was faced with enemies from all sides. Chapter 282. Lionel felt his skin prickle, his palms becoming sweaty. The hairs on his body stood on end, raising like needles across his skin. In his life, he had never been in such a dangerous situation. The eyes of over 200 elites locked onto him, not a single one making a move. Even the other star point owners were completely ignored. This was just how human nature was. The process of groupthink, the oppression of the masses. Once a few had locked onto Lionel, not moving an inch, others followed suit. Soon, even the slowest among them had come to realize the truths behind this matter. By then, they were no longer just following the leads of others around him, but had begun thinking about how they could gain advantages for themselves. Lionel felt stifled to the point his knees trembled slightly. He tried to steady his grip on his bow, doing his best to calm the beating of his heart. It had been a long time since Lionel felt like this. After the first few weeks of his time in the Mayan tomb, he had begun to slowly temper his battle will and heart. To now, he had fought in many battles and been on the front line for many of them. However, today was the greatest pressure he had ever faced. Beads of sweat poured down his brow and his breathing hitched. His inability to control himself made him feel as though he wasn't getting enough oxygen. The suppression continued. It was as though those around Lionel wouldn't stop until he completely collapsed beneath their might. Facing the combined pressure of over 200 Demon Lord level and higher individuals was too much for any one person to take. Even an individual on the level of King Arthur or Madrid would feel weak at such a moment. In the distance, King Arthur's lip curled into a cold smile. Where is all your previous arrogance? To now, he had swallowed several grievances due to Lionel. Seeing a brat who thought too much of himself in such a situation gave him untold satisfaction. Lionel's blood slowed, and his bow seemed to become heavier and heavier with each passing moment. The silence alone was weighing on his mind as though intent on making him go mad. A numbing sensation spread throughout his body, and the hitching in his breath only seemed to continue. Soon, he felt as though he couldn't breathe at all, as though there wasn't enough air in the world to satiate his lungs. Lionel had never felt such a way in his entire life. The truth was that he had always been a daring individual. How could he not be? He used to skydive off of his paradise island onto the skyscrapers of Earth's surface. If that wasn't daring, then what was? That was who he was. Daring, confident. He was a man who always had great belief in his own ability, even if that wasn't shown outright as blatant arrogance. Even when it came to the Mayan tomb. Just how many could put down their fear and enter that unknown world on their own? Just how many people would have waited for the others to wake up first? Or cower in fear after running into their first battle? Though Lionel's actions back then seemed stained by his unwillingness to kill, beneath the first and most obvious layer, there was a hidden depth of courage and bravery. But it felt as though all of that was crumbling down now. It was sudden and abrupt. It came without warning and without foreshadowing. These were just the way things in life worked. But at the same time, it represented yet another one of the myriad of choices one had to make along their path. Is this where I'll die? Lionel had this same thought for the third time in his life. The first was when the sacrificial virgin of the Mayan tomb had her hands wrapped around his neck. The second was during his battle with Lamorak, who had eyes on him even now. And the third was now, the first time, he accepted death. It was a shame that still rested on his shoulders, one he still had yet to face himself. The second time he was unwilling, but to this day, he still had no real idea how he managed to survive. To take credit for such a thing was beneath him. Ultimately, he had just been lucky. And now this third time? Would he fail himself again? Was that the choice he wanted to make? Lionel's slipping grip on his bow tightened. He was unwilling. Lionel suddenly raised his head up and shouted. The sound he made wasn't as coherent as words nor as powerful as a roar. It was as though he was venting something within his chest, pushing it out from himself until it had nothing to do with him any longer. The sudden noise in an otherwise deathly silent atmosphere left many stunned. By the time Lionel had closed his mouth once more and leveled his gaze to meet those around him, the deathly calm of his gaze had returned. Persistence. He didn't feel ashamed for having felt fear, but he most definitely would had he allowed it to rule him. A halo of bronze shone atop Lionel's head. However, at this moment, it felt as though the violet hue was several levels more powerful than it had been in the past. Even without the rest of Lionel's runes activated, his eyes became a deep violet, his hair fluttering wildly beneath his stabilized aura. At that moment, an oppressive might gushed from Lionel's body. His focus reached unprecedented levels, and his will stood tall and firm. Though he didn't realize it then, the chains of his black spear began to clang wildly as though it too was standing beneath the mighty winds of his aura. When his mind had calmed, he felt like a fool. This wasn't a battle to the death, nor did he have to kill all of these people before him. Even if they all wanted to kill him, so what? All he had to do was take down 9 more. As long as 9 of them died beneath his hand or the hand of others, he would survive. Lionel pulled an arrow from his quiver, his aura steadily climbing with each moment of silence. He could still feel the pressure weighing down on his shoulders. How could he not? These were all existences he would have to go all out to battle even if it was just one-on-one, let alone when there were so many. However, to the current him, the amount of pressure no longer mattered. His arrow would be the blade that cut through it all. He didn't need to breathe a word. His demeanor said it all. Come. Chapter 283. Lionel's sudden change caught them all off guard. Even with their experience, they had never witnessed such a thing. However, Lionel didn't need them to react. Since they were standing in a daze, he would take the initiative. He had no intention of standing here and waiting to die. Lionel immediately activated Stacked Shot, firing 2 arrows in quick succession. Before the arrows even landed, Lionel realized 3 things. The sharp aura of my metal synergy lineage factor gives my arrows added sharpness and strength. With my lineage factor activated, the restrictive effect of the laws in this place have been lessened by at least half. I can bend the limitations of my skills for at least the next 5 minutes. In that instant, Lionel understood that along with abilities, this space couldn't restrict his lineage factor either. The only trouble was that it seemed his stamina was drained faster than it was usually as his bloodline fought back against the restrictions. But that was fine. Lionel felt that 5 minutes was enough. No one had expected Lionel to be the first to react. However, the demons and humans that stood around him were all veterans of the battlefield. In addition, now that Lionel had lost the advantage of being in the air, they obviously had far more possible rebuttals to actions. Even still, of the 2 demons Lionel targeted, one who had chosen twin daggers as their weapon of choice didn't manage to block Lionel's strike, suffering a bloody hole to the throat. However, the second who had a broadsword as their weapon managed to use it as a shield in the last moment. At that moment, the humans hesitated. Was it really appropriate of them to attack a fellow human while it was so clear Lionel had been targeting demons? This sort of hesitancy was exactly what Lionel wanted. If it was up to him, he would have attacked another demon with a small weapon. He could obviously tell that it would be much more difficult to block. However, he hadn't done so for several reasons. First, his failure lessened the threat he presented to everyone. Second, it was a question of those around him. There were a total of 4 humans and 6 demons within 20 meters of Lionel. At the same time, Lionel was aware that he wasn't in position to battle so many individuals at once. His best bet was to spark a battle. In the chaos, killing 9 more, or rather, 8 more would be far easier. In that case, he just needed a spark. The demon wielding a broadsword was forced back by the strength of Lionel's arrow. It didn't even have the mind to realize that its back was completely exposed as it stumbled toward a group of humans who had their nerves on edge. Lionel didn't wait to see if his strategy would work. He had already learned once today that not everything would work out how you imagine it to. If it did, he wouldn't be in his current situation. With a flip of his palm, several fish scales appeared. He activated them one after another, layering his body with 3 foreskins in one breath. Unfortunately, Lionel was correct. Instead of taking the opportunity to strike at the stumbling demon, the humans backed away. In a lot of ways, Lionel could understand their choice. No one wanted to be the one who truly turned this into a battle royale. At the same time, the demons weren't their comrades, so they had no obligation to step in and get revenge. Wasn't it better for them to sit back and wait for a better opportunity to present itself? Still, Lionel didn't seem to be fazed at all. Boy! The demon who just managed to block Lionel's arrow roared in rage, shooting forward with all the speed he could muster. Unfortunately, everyone was limited to the same slow and evenly spaced steps. In fact, to now, Lionel counted less than 10 others than had spent skill points on their movement. By the time the broadsword-wielding demon had charged to within 5 meters of Lionel, the cooldown of reinforced arrow had completed. Lionel's lip curled, his gaze suffused with cold indifference. Though he could shoot a normal arrow once every 2 seconds thanks to advanced quick reload, reinforced arrow didn't fall under this category. Its cooldown was 10 seconds. If not for this, it was impossible for this demon to have blocked his arrow. However, would Lionel really waste a reinforced arrow on an enemy so close to him? Entering a 5-meter radius of a bowman with such a limited range of techniques was asking for death. Lionel pulled the string of his dark, black bow. Even with his current strength, he only managed to pull it 50% of the way. But, with its strength, this was more than enough. The crackling of lightning sounded once more as Lionel stared down the enraged demon. However, this time, an imperceptible bronze luster coated the arrow as well as though the metal that formed it was resonating with a higher existence. The demon froze. An overwhelming sense of danger shook his heart. He wasn't among the demons who had gained star points. His performance only managed to net him a B evaluation. And that was only after he managed to gain a few tricks after observing those who came before him. When facing an arrow even a demon who had gained star points couldn't do anything against, how could he not feel as though he had acted rashly? However, would Lionel care for his feelings? Shoo! The demon closed his eyes, realizing that death was upon him. But even after several moments of holding his breath, he seemed to realize that his heart was still beating. In fact, he hadn't even felt any pain. It can't be that a marksman would miss from such a close range, right? The demon snapped his eyes open, a cold sweat matting his back. He was just in time to hear an enraged and mournful cry to his back. Not only that, but he also watched as 2 more star points manifested above Lionel's head. What? Chapter 284. Just moments ago, he thought he was safe. He stood silently in a corner of the platform, having been lucky enough to be dropped here. He couldn't have been more happy that Lionel had taken all the attention for himself. He had thought that after these 2 star points appeared above his heads that he would most definitely become a target. He really had to thank Lionel. "Ha, idiot. What are you doing entering the range of a bowman like that without a proper plan? This is the problem with us demons, focusing too much on brawn and not enough brain. How else could we possibly have allowed a female human to become our leader?" The demon clenched his fists. He had already affirmed it in his heart. He would use the entry into these trial grounds to raise his strength above that bitch Madrid. He could already imagine her riding beneath his crotch. Of course he would treat her well. It wouldn't be so bad to have such a powerful queen by his side. Is that idiot dead yet? The demon looked up just in time to see a flash of brilliance approaching him at impossible speeds. He blinked just once, yet it had gone from tens of meters from him to right before him in a flash. The demon's expression changed. He had to dodge. Just when he wanted to, his expression changed again. Damn it. He had completely forgotten that he was already at the corner of the platform. There was no place to dodge. Shoo. It was only after the arrow had shot through his forehead that the demon realized that dodging was never an option. If there was any solace in death, maybe it would be that he wasn't alone in his despair. The very demon he had called an idiot just moments earlier now found himself in a similar situation. Standing in a no-man's land within 5 meters of Lionel's bow. It was asking for death. Another deathly silence fell over the platform. In an instant, 4 demons had died beneath 5 arrows. This simple thought was one shared by them all, going from being suppressed in one instant to taking the lives of 3 more in the next. Even though they had all witnessed it, they couldn't believe it. King Arthur and Lamorac's expressions darkened. They couldn't believe the sudden change. Now not only was Lionel safe for the time being, but others would hesitate to come after him. That bravery, that daring. He actually targeted a demon over 100 meters from him when he was surrounded by enemies from all sides. This feeling, it felt oddly similar to when Lionel strolled out of Camelot's gates. Damn it! Charge together! The demons around Lionel were completely enraged. Lionel steadied his breathing, his gaze flashing like lightning. However many came as many as he would take on. In the distance, Big Buddha and Monet looked on with dark expressions. They had been cautious about making a move before, but it seemed that they might have to. They weren't worried about being seen as the enemies of humans. After all, they were already under the banner of Madrid. Just when everyone was about to target Lionel, the situation changed once again. The demons who had chosen to charge toward Lionel suddenly found themselves frozen, completely unable to move. Bind! The delicate voice of a little girl rang through the battlefield. Beads of sweat poured down her little face as she pushed her hand forward. It was obvious that binding the 3 demons that charged toward Lionel in that instant had taken a lot out of her. Not only was the distance far, but there were actually 3 of them. How could she not be struggling? Seeing such a scene, Lionel's heart softened with gratitude. His cold and indifferent expression cracked just the smallest bit. Stacked shot. Feelings were one thing, but Lionel wouldn't allow his actions to lag behind. In an instant, 2 more bloody holes appeared within the demons. The moment she only had to bind a single person, little Nana's pressure was reduced by a significant amount, allowing Lionel's cooldown to be completed, and for him to draw another arrow. However, Lionel didn't fire this one. He took a step toward the last bound demon, and pierced his drawn arrow through her throat. He could see the look of despair as she struggled to break free, but his eyes remained callous. In a flash, Lionel had killed 7 and still had 3 arrows remaining. He drew his bow once more. The contrast of blood dripping from the tip of his drawn arrow, and the corpses littered around his body painted a heart-palpitating picture. At that moment, everyone had grown hesitant. The ability of that little girl was too powerful. They had all been apprehensive about her earlier, and now that she had stepped forward to help Lionel, the situation had gotten several times more complex. Just when everyone was shaken and wondering what the next step would be, a pained cry called out. Lionel's brow shot up. His bow was still drawn, so this cry was obviously not caused by him. His internal sight locked onto a certain region only to find that King Arthur and Modred had both reacted as one, both killing a member of the demons and humans respectively. In fact, their steps didn't pause as both of them shot toward a second target. Lionel was shocked. He couldn't understand why they were acting like this. Technically, he was still in a dangerous situation. He hadn't gotten out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. Modred's actions could be justified. After all, Lionel had killed 7 demons to now. If things continued, she would only fall into more of a disadvantage. However, King Arthur's actions didn't make much sense at all. A third cry sounded. In their competition of 2, Modred won, taking down a second human. Just as King Arthur's sword descended, a barrier of protection appeared around a shocked demon, saving her at the last moment. King Arthur frowned, but eventually retracted his sword unwillingly. It couldn't be helped. He didn't have long-ranged attacks, but Modred did. Just as Lionel was feeling even more confused, Merlin's voice sounded once again. A sudden understanding came over Lionel. It seemed this was where the last points of currency came from. It was no wonder they would take action. Chapter 285. Lionel realized then that these slaughter points must have been important. At the very least, they were comparable in use to star points. But since Lionel hadn't seen anything he could spend them on, he concluded that it might be related to the store ticket he received earlier. Still, Lionel didn't spend much time thinking about this. The moment the elimination round ended, rather than basking in his victory or the fact he managed to keep his life, he made his way toward little Nana with the fastest speed he could muster, taking advantage of the loosened restrictions while his lineage factor was activated. Others were shaken by his sudden action. However, they sighed a breath of relief when they noticed the protective barriers around them. If they could block King Arthur's strike, they had no need to be worried about Lionel. But Lionel didn't spare them a glance as he appeared before little Nana, just as their small platforms formed beneath their feet once again. Thanks to his action, he ended up floating in the expanse of black once more with her by his side. Lionel smiled toward the little girl. A protective feeling couldn't help but take root in his heart when he saw her delicate brows matted with sweat. It seemed that helping him from so far away hadn't been easy on her. "Thank you, little Nana." Nana blushed slightly, her large blue eyes twinkling with a slight hint of pride. It seemed she was quite happy that she could help Lionel out. At the same time, she felt slightly more comfortable in her heart with Lionel by her side. Lionel wanted to ask her what happened to her family, but he hesitated in the end. He could feel that Margrave had sent a portion of his senses in his direction. Things would be fine as long as he just made it look like he was chatting idly with her. However, if the Pope overheard him asking questions, things might become difficult. Lionel sighed in his heart. He could sense that his presence had eased the little girl's tension by a small bit. This was all he could do for her for now. In truth, he wanted to let her enter the segmented cube, but the logistics afterward would be difficult. When it was only little Tali within the segmented cube, it could maintain its small size and even fit into his spatial ring. But whenever Lionel himself entered, the segmented cube couldn't shrink past 5 cubic meters. This was better than it had been in Phase 1. Back then, its smallest size when he entered was 10 cubic meters. But it still wasn't small enough. Lionel believed that this had something to do with the strength of his life force. Uncle Montez had said that little Tali couldn't enter his spatial bracelet because the little guy was a living being. However, even then, it was easier to accommodate a spirit than a full-blown human. Wait. I can let her enter one of the snow globes. Lionel sealed this thought at the back of his mind. Though little Nana seemed more at ease around him, that was only relative. Ultimately, they had had very few reactions. For a little girl to survive on her own to now, No matter how naive and innocent she looked, she was definitely highly intelligent. It wouldn't be a simple matter to get her to put her whole trust in him. In addition, Lionel was only acting now because he was soft-hearted, and also owed the little girl a favor now for helping him out. Their relationship couldn't be considered to be deep. It was just that Lionel had a good impression of this little girl despite the fact she had acted against him in the past. "I just helped a little," little Nana said softly, her voice as delicate as a butterfly's wings. Big brother is the impressive one, standing up to them like that. Lionel found it a bit odd Nana called him big brother so directly, but he assumed that it might have just been the dialect of where she grew up. From his understanding, these hidden families were quite reclusive. Had it not been for the fact she was expelled from her clan for whatever reason, Lionel might have never met Aina in his lifetime. After organizing his thoughts, Lionel smiled once again and chatted idly with the little girl. However, their conversation didn't last very long before it was interrupted. Lionel hesitated. Originally, he wanted to save it until he had more skill points to use since he thought he would need them within the store. But after gaining slaughter points, he wasn't sure anymore. Forget it. Since I gained a ticket but no star points before, it seems such tickets are less valuable. I'll enter now even if I can't buy anything. I'll be back, Lionel told little Nana. Lionel used his ticket, his body vanishing in the next instant. For a moment his vision blurred. When he could finally see his surroundings again, he realized that he had entered another wide expanse of black. Just as he was feeling confused, a translucent screen appeared before him, and a catalog of items appeared. It only took a cursory glance for Lionel to notice that all of these items were high quality. Even the worst were B-grade treasures. It was a shame that it didn't matter much to Lionel. He couldn't take anything out of this zone without it disappearing. Even if I can't, if I dream sculpt items I'm interested in, I can craft them for myself. Thinking to this point, Lionel's mind suddenly latched onto an idea. He remembered that he still had the weird naked sniper's ethereal glabella. According to the dictionary, the same way it was possible to refine a beast crystal into treasures, it was also possible to do with humans. All this time, Lionel had been greatly hesitant. He didn't like the idea of doing such a thing to a human. It seemed morally wrong. Lionel wasn't wrong either. There was a great taboo against doing such a thing in the world of force crafters. However, as time passed, Lionel realized that his Earth escape treasure was becoming less and less reliable. It wasn't that the beast crystals they were formed of were lacking, but rather that his skill in refining them hadn't been good enough. The biggest problem was ultimately that it took too long to activate. It couldn't be used in battle at all. However, the naked sniper's blink ability, it was hard to pass up. Unfortunately, Lionel had yet to draw up a satisfactory blueprint for it. He realized that even though he had managed to craft a Tier 9 black treasure, his skill couldn't really be considered to be at that level just yet. At most, he was able to use his ability to drill himself into being capable of doing something he would otherwise find impossible. But if he found a treasure here that accomplished a similar ability, it would make things much easier on him in the future. What Lionel didn't know was that he had touched on his second taboo already. The first was refining a human into a treasure, and the second was stealing the craft of another master. Chapter 286. This isn't working. Going through all of these treasures one by one would take forever. Lionel suddenly had an idea. He wasn't sure if it would work, but it wouldn't cost him anything to try. Can you show me all short-distance teleportation treasures with cooldowns less than 10 seconds? Much to Lionel's surprise, the translucent screen before him immediately reacted. There was a few seconds of rapid scrolling before treasures disappeared one after another, leaving behind a total of 5. Lionel's gaze brightened. There were 2 necklaces, 1 brace, 1 bracelet, and the last was an ankle brace. They all had short ranges of within 10 meters. The highest cooldown amongst them 8 seconds while the lowest was 3. Lionel focused on one of the necklaces. Though it was quite feminine, what he cared about was its ability. Worst come to worst, he could just hide it beneath his shirt or armor. This necklace was the overall best treasure here. It had a teleportation distance of 3 meters and could be used once every 3 seconds. It was possible to store teleportation charges for up to 3 attempts. After that, one would have to manually pour force into it. Just when Lionel was about to get ahead of himself and purchase it, he suddenly froze. He remembered he didn't have any of the currency necessary for this special store. In fact, he wasn't even aware of what the currency was to begin with. Lionel's gaze slowly shifted to the side of the image reflecting in his gaze. When he saw the numbers beside it, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. If Lionel was a weaker man, he would definitely begin to shed real tears. 72,000 skill points? He didn't even have one. It seemed he had gotten way too ahead of himself. How could it be so easy to lay his hands on such a treasure? This treading goddess necklace was a quasi-bronze treasure. As long as it was a third or fourth dimensional world, it wouldn't weaken in the slightest. How could it be so casually given out? Lionel settled his breathing. It seemed he had wasted an entry ticket. He didn't have a single skill point on him. And even if he did, he wouldn't have the heart to spend it on a piece of equipment. 72,000 skill points was enough to make it a good portion of the way up his skill tree. He couldn't casually use such an amount. His first priority was still mastering the Four Seasons realm. Just as Lionel was about to resign himself to a loss, he suddenly remembered something else. Since this space could respond to his verbal command, maybe it could answer a question of his? How do I use slaughter points? The translucent screen flickered and changed once again. 1 slaughter point, 100 skill points, 1 slaughter point, 3 special store tickets, 1 slaughter point, 1 star point. Lionel's gaze brightened. So it was like this. Slaughter points could be traded for a myriad of things. It says current exchange rate. Does that mean it's subject to change? Lionel came to a logical conclusion. It was very likely that as the numbers dwindled, slaughter points would gain a boost in value. Who knew in the future, it might be possible to exchange a slaughter point for thousands of skill points. Arthur must have benefited from these treasures from his last entry, but why is it that he hasn't used them yet? Is it that he can't due to the restrictions, or is there another reason? Lionel realized that his own treasures didn't seem to have any restrictions. The only reason he hadn't been able to use his wind lightning glove before was due to the restriction on his force, not the treasure itself. So he was unsure if he had an advantage others didn't. Forget it, we'll see how things go. Armed with this new information, Lionel became more confident. The first thing he did was spend 5 skill points and 1 star point to unlock a companion for life. Yip yip. Finally feeling that he could move, little Black Star excitedly jumped around. The little guy had truly felt too stifled. Once Lionel unlocked Black Star and Tolliver, he gained a 4th branch of his skill tree related to them. Originally, Lionel had no intention of spending any skill points on this new skill tree. After all, Black Star's ability couldn't be restricted by this world. There was no need to give him new skills. However, Lionel froze when he saw a particular skill. Perfect Union. The moment Lionel saw it, he knew he had to have it. He understood too little about Black Star's ability while this skill would allow him and Black Star to essentially share one mind. Everything the little guy felt, and all of its instincts would count as Lionel's. The best part about this skill was that it wasn't the highest skill on the tree, nor did it take much to reach it. It would take 321 skill points to unlock the branches necessary and 4 star points to reach it. Lionel hesitated. If he converted all of his slaughter points now, he would have 550 skill points. However, he only had 3 star points left now, so he would only have 450 skill points while the last slaughter point would go toward the last star point he needed. Lionel's gaze narrowed. At the moment, he was feeling uneasy in his heart. He felt like things would only become more dangerous from here on out. And who knew when the next elimination round would begin? Lionel was certain that he would be targeted from the beginning during the next round. It couldn't be helped. He stood out too much and had made many enemies. It ultimately comes down to one question. Will understanding Black Star better give me a greater immediate boost in strength? Or would using all 550 skill points on myself do so? Lionel sent a glance toward his own skill tree. Several calculations fired off in his dream world. Eventually, he fell into a simulation, the results of which shocked him. It wasn't even close. Investing in Blackstar was by far the best choice. Lionel took a deep breath and stopped hesitating. 5 slaughter points exchanged, 1 star point gained, 450 skill points earned. The moment he clicked on this skill, Lionel's mind was suddenly flooded with a whole host of new sensory information. Little Blackstar, who had been playing around, suddenly turned back to Lionel and blinked with an adorable curiosity. The little guy seemed to be wondering why he felt so much closer to Lionel all of a sudden. It took a while for Lionel to regain his bearings, but when he did, a confident smile spread across his face. Up until now, he had still been wondering if he made the right choice. But now he realized he had. Without another ounce of hesitation, he began to use his remaining 100 or so skill points on himself. Lionel spent 80 or so skill points on his skill tree. As for the remaining 50 or so, he spent it all on a bronze piece of equipment, bronze quiver. Not only could it hold 25 arrows, but it could spawn another every 30 seconds. Feeling confident, Lionel finally left the special store. But what he found when he stepped out doused him from head to toe in cold water. King Arthur stood majestically, his white armor glowing with a fierce light. It was as though it had been completely reborn. It alone made Lionel feel as though a mountain was weighing on his shoulders. How could Lionel know that King Arthur could indeed use treasures he had gained during his last entry? It was just that he had to pay an appropriate price to reactivate them. And unfortunately, that price was far less than it cost to originally buy the equipment. Another thing Lionel didn't know was that star points could also be exchanged for skill points. Chapter 287. Lionel met King Arthur's gaze. It was a short interaction, hardly worth a thing. Yet, Arthur seemed to realize that Lionel's gaze was even firmer than it had been in the past. Not only that, but he noticed that the little beast lazing around Lionel's neck had grown more active. What is that beast? This boy was actually willing to spend 5 skill points and a star point to allow it to move. A star point was worth 100 skill points at this juncture. It wasn't a small matter to make the choice to use it. Arthur couldn't help but grow a level more serious. The world warped. Suddenly, the singular square platforms of a meter in length and width lengthened, stretching into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it formed several long roads that each of them stood at the end of. Lionel sent a gaze toward little Nana, before looking back toward the long road ahead of him. Without another thought, he took a strong step forward. The universe was a nearly endlessly vast place. Some believed it was infinite while others believed it was infinitely expanding. There were even some schools of thought that believed there were endless copies of this impossible vastness, each telling the same story a different way. Still, there was only one truth. There was just a single universe. However, within this single universe, there were trillion upon trillions of worlds, each with billions upon billions of existences of their own. In this universe, there were usually many names for the same thing. However, this universe only went by a single name by those who were advanced enough to realize its profundities: the dimensional verse. Though the dimensional verse was formed of many worlds, it was more accurate to say that these worlds simply represented a fold of reality. Each fold encompassed a world, and could be given a dimensional grade. A single fold could vary in size. It could be as small as a single city within a planet, or as large as an entire galaxy. It is when these folds begin to evolve that a world is considered to also evolve. The fold that represented Earth's world encompassed Earth and the Moon. In comparison to other folds, it was neither too big nor too small. But it could be said to be convenient. When folds are too small, the benefit is also small. The evolution potential will be limited as there are limited gains to a small-scale evolution. The smaller the scale, the less change there is to catalyze, and thus the less benefits there are to gain. However, at the same time, if the fold is too large, it becomes too difficult to deal with. For a fledgling world like Earth, what could it do if its fold of reality encompassed its entire solar system? What if a zone appeared on Jupiter? Even though Earth's advancement in technology has been vast in the past several centuries, what did it matter if it was impossible to use this technology thanks to the metamorphosis? This wasn't the only issue with large folds either. The larger the fold, the more history a zone could encompass, and the more complex they became to clear. The more random a zone could become, the more complex its quests become, and the more difficult it was for zone detection treasures to calculate the quest requirements. Of course, a place like Jupiter wouldn't have any real history of its own. That would be nonsensical. However, its addition to a fold of reality could cause mutations in an otherwise normal history one would never expect. Unfortunately, the size of folds was destined to always grow. Though it would be nice if it remained the same until the fall of a world, such things were never meant to be. Due to this truth, the higher the dimension of a world, the larger its fold was, and the more powerful it had to be to survive to its current point. As though this wasn't enough, sometimes growing folds could clash and begin to overlap, resulting in an instance of two worlds having no choice but to go to war for fear of their own world collapsing. Still, these instances were often never reached by a world because the process of surviving a growing fold of reality was too much for many worlds to bear. There were many worlds that sat at this crossroad. To the left was a road where they survived and managed to prosper. While the growing of a fold could devastate a world, it also provided opportunities. The larger a fold, the more natural force arts it encompassed, and the greater resources it could produce. However, the right was a road of immediate benefits. These worlds would choose to abandon their folds of reality to migrate to more stable higher-dimensional worlds. But before they did so, they would wring their world dry of all the resources it had left, using it to fund their new lives. Many worlds had a certain ratio of both types of people. Where there was population, there would always be opposing viewpoints. Would it be better to build something with your own hands and leave something behind your future generations could admire you for? Or was that foolish? Why shed blood and tears for a reality you wouldn't get to enjoy yourself? The world of terrain was at a similar crossroads. It had been 500 years since it evolved into a fourth-dimensional world. Unlike Earth, it didn't sit in a fold of reality with much potential. According to the higher-dimensional beings, it would at most become a fifth-dimensional world before reaching the end of its evolution. For worlds that reach the end of their potential, the clashing of these two ideologies would become especially tumultuous. The effort needed to have a world step into its final evolutionary stage was a lot. But just how many were able to put in this necessary effort? That said, whether this clash was relevant to the events occurring at this very moment was very hard to tell. It could only be said that this matter should be left up to those observing. At this very moment, a singular woman was the target of a large-scale manhunt. This woman had long, flowing black hair and shining amber eyes that almost looked like shimmering gold when they reflected the sunlight. Even as she ran with all her being, her steps not leaving the slightest trace of her, her gaze didn't lose its alluring beauty. However, her eyes could be said to be the only beautiful thing about her. When one's eyes landed on her face, the sight would be enough to make even the most stoic of men sigh. It was clear to anyone that she was an impossible-to-find beauty, the kind that if Lionel were to witness, he would realize that Joan, Monet and Madrid couldn't possibly hold a candle to. Unfortunately, this beauty was completely marred by savage scars. They crisscrossed across her face, her cheeks, her lips, like enraged pinkish-purple earthworms. The scars seemed to pulse with her every breath, giving the impression that they were either coursing with a mysterious energy, or on the verge of becoming infected, or were severely poisoned. It might even be possible that it was a combination of all three. It was difficult to describe just how horrid the sight was. And even for a man, let alone a young lady in her prime, it was difficult to accept having such an appearance. Most in this young woman's position would choose to cover it up. In fact, for most of her life, this particular woman had chosen to do exactly that. However, her reasons for doing so were very different from what another young woman would give. At this moment, though, these reasons hardly mattered. The life she lived on her home world was far different from the one she lived now. All she cared about was improving and tempering herself, growing powerful enough to one day seek revenge on her enemies. In fact, it was due to these ambitions that she had landed herself in so much trouble. The forces currently chasing her had standings in this world that would make the citizens of Terrain shiver in terror. However, this young woman had infuriated them all without hesitation. The young lady dashed through the mountain range. Beads of perspiration fell down her face, rolling over her unsightly scars. Every time they did, she would feel a nearly unquenchable desire to itch at her face, but she stubbornly ignored this desire, knowing that such an action would only make it all worse. The beasts in this mountain range will be troublesome. They should give me some time. A serious expression warped the young woman's brows. She flipped her palm, causing a vial filled with a thick, blood-red liquid to appear. It was because of this item that she was confident no beast would approach her. But it was also because of this that she was being hunted like a criminal. Still, if she went through so much trouble for this vial, she had to take advantage of it too. With another flip of her palm, her opposite hand suddenly gained a familiar axe. If Lionel was there, despite the initial unfamiliarity he had with this young woman's face, he would immediately recognize her now. She was none other than the only woman in his heart, Anna Brazinger. Chapter 288. That damned ugly bitch. A roar shook the forest. It was laced with endless fury and unwillingness. It was the kind of shout that caused birds to flee and an unwitting silence to overwhelm the immediate aftermath. At that moment, a young man stood in the midst of a group of warriors. He had sharp features and a hidden air of elegance beneath his current anger. It was clear that he was very much used to the lifestyle of a noble. At the same time, he wasn't alone in his rage. There were two others of equal standing to his own that felt the same rage toward the same woman. One of them was a young lady whose delicate, expressional features reddened beneath the gnashing of her teeth. And the last was a stocky young man who was a head shorter than even the young woman. These three young masters represented three of the most powerful powers on terrain. In fact, there were only a handful of other territories that could match them in strength. Yet, they all felt infinite rage toward the same woman. The Cliff's Edge Terrace, the World's End Falls, the Mirage Pavilion. Each of these were names that shook the hearts of those born on terrain. Yet, they had actually made a move together. Spread out the encirclement. Do whatever you have to do to find her. But, young heir, the Mountain Sands range is too dangerous. If we spread out too thin, it will become too difficult to protect you. An older man stepped forward to say these words. The attire from those on terrain was quite unique. They all wore a cross of robes and soft armor that made their clothing look somewhat like delicate art pieces. However, the truth was that these seemingly soft pieces of cloth provided more defenses than heavy-duty armor ever could. The older man and the young master he spoke to both wore deep black robes crossed with dark blue soft armor. The combination made them look somewhat sinister mixed with a touch of an ethereal feel. These robes were the marking of the Cliff's Edge Terrace, a power ranked within the top 10 of the terrain world. The words of the older man was exceptionally tactful. The truth was that the ones that would be in the most danger would be those who separated from this young master of theirs. With all the protective treasures this young man had, even if he was alone in this mountain range, he would still have better than 50% odds of survival. However, the old man had seen too much life to argue from the point of view of a servant. He had to convince the young man that he would be in danger, otherwise why would he care? This was the reality of the world. Hearing the name Mountain Sands Range, the young man immediately grew sober. It was an odd name for a mountain range, especially since there were no deserts anywhere within hundreds of kilometers of this place. In fact, when the young man heard that a Tier 1 bronze zone would appear in this place, he had been hesitant to go at all until he heard it was a variant zone. There were a total of 4 different kinds of zones. Regular zones, unique zones, mythological zones, and finally variant zones. Variant zones were unique in that unlike the others, they didn't pull from culture or history. Rather, they came from the future. Regular zones represented the trials of a world. Unique zones represented the invasion of a world. Mythological zones represented the potential of a world. And variant zones represented the end of a world. For higher dimensions, toying with the timeline of a weaker world wasn't difficult as long as an appropriate price was paid. However, in this instance, it wasn't another world trying to sabotage terrain, but rather the future generations of terrain trying to save their own world. Whenever a variant zone appeared, it meant that a world had entered a crossroads. Choosing to go one direction or another would decide whether they would sink or swim. A variant zone could be considered the universe giving a world a few more chances before they perished. Of course, the appearance of just one variant zone didn't necessarily mean a world was on the brink of destruction. But what it did mean was that if appropriate measures weren't taken, a world would be in danger given due time. What truly differentiated variant zone from others was that treasures could be taken out of them. Usually only gold zones and above would have this ability. But only variant zones could completely ignore this restriction. It was no wonder, then, that this group was so infuriated. The penultimate treasure of this variant zone was snatched away by an unknown young woman. And to make it all worse, she had somehow managed to escape their encirclement. However, even with all the pent-up rage, the young heir still calmed the moment he heard the name. The Mountain Sands Range. It gained this name not because of its terrain, but because of the fact it was a danger zone countless individuals had lost their life in. The legends said that the deeper one entered this mountain range, the more difficult it was to get out, just like quicksand. They had already traveled deeply enough to have entered the so-called sandbox region. If they entered too deeply and reached the true quicksand region, even the young heirs wouldn't be confident of escaping. However, it was clear by the actions of that young woman that she had no intention of escaping outward. In fact, she was putting more pressure on them the deeper she entered. The young heir to the cliff's edge terrace grit his teeth. To pursue or to not pursue? What should he do? After regaining his calm, he became several levels more thoughtful. Send out communication talismans. I want to hear from Miss Falls and that short bastard first before we make the next step of the plan. In the end, he was the young heir of a great power. He had initially lost control of his emotions because he couldn't stand the thought of such an ugly woman with no backing causing him to suffer a loss, but now that things had come to this, he had to take the next step carefully. Chapter 289. It wasn't long before a meeting of three had been converged. One was a young man wearing black robes alternating in deep blue soft armor. This young man was the heir of Cliff's Edge Terrace, Rain Red Solar. The second was a young woman wearing bright white robes alternating in a light sky blue soft armor. This young woman was the heiress of World's End Falls, Jolnia Falls. The last was a short young man wearing red robes matched with violet soft armor. This young man was the heir of the Mirage Pavilion, Wheeless Mirage. If one were to witness this scene, there would only be one of two reactions to have. Either one would be impressed or disgusted. Rainred sat in the middle of a dense forest with a tea spread before him. A small round table housed precious herbs being steeped in hot water and delicate, neatly arranged pastries. He sat at the table, one leg crossed over the other, as though he wasn't in the wilderness at all. One would think that he was taking a break of leisure within his own personal garden, rather than being on an expedition within one of the most dangerous danger zones of terrain. Is all of this really necessary, you sissy? You called us here to waste our time eating pastries and drinking tea? Wheeless exploded the instant he saw Rainred set up. He and Jilnia both thought that he had already captured that ugly bitch. They had never expected that he would call them here without rhyme or reason. Did he not understand the situation? Their three powers had invested too much into this. Not only had they invested many resources into making sure the opening of the zone remained secret, but they had lost large amounts of manpower forming expeditionary squads to clear a path toward it. What was this fool thinking? Rainred's hand paused, causing the teacup in his hands to stop just before his lips. A hint of cold-killing intent flashed for just the briefest moment. In the end, he managed to control himself. We need a better plan than the one we have now. If we continue to follow this ugly woman into this mountain range, I'm sure you know the kind of consequences we could face. This isn't a playground. Hearing these words, both heirs became slightly more serious. Even the perpetually silent Jilnia grew a level more serious. What do you propose? Wheela said after some time. Rainred took a long sip of his tea before placing the cup down. There are only 4 passageways out of this mountain range. Pressure Winds Valley Reverse Flow River, the Mountain Sands Path and the Mountain Sands Cave Network. I think we all know that no one has come out alive from that cave network since the fourth dimension descended. I suggest our main forces control these 3 passageways. As for the fourth, just in case of anything unexpected, we can send a few scouts with decent strength. That whore isn't very powerful to begin with. If not for her cunning, she would have long since fallen beneath my blade. The moment we lay eyes on her will seal her death. Rainred's gaze turned frosty. He had actually suffered a loss at the hands of a third-dimension swine. How could he not feel disgusted? Wheelis and Jilnia looked toward one another. What if she dies? Wouldn't it all be for naught? Jilnia finally spoke her first words. Her voice was light, delicate, and didn't carry the slightest hint of emotion. She seemed detached from everything. But then again, it seemed as though all those from World's End Falls were exactly like this. Rainred sneered. In the end, even if it's a variant zone, it's still ultimately a mere Tier 1 bronze zone. How great could the treasures possibly be? The 2 heirs looked at one another and shook their heads. No matter how one looked at it, Rainred's words simply sounded like sour grapes. Compared to other zones, variant zones had exceptionally low difficulty and provided rewards that were disproportionately greater. After all, they were meant to provide hope to a dying world. How could it not be like this? It wasn't surprising for a Tier 1 bronze zone to have rewards within incomparable to a silver zone. Rainred was just speaking nonsense. However, he was too lost in his own world to care for the opinions. It was clear that his hatred for this young woman had surpassed his desire for this treasure. Rainred shook his head. We can't afford to bet our lives here. Those important matters I'm sure you 2 are aware of aren't as far away as it might seem. Wheelis frowned. Humph. The only reason I'll be migrating along with the rest of you is because the elders have already decided on it. I'm not like you shameless individuals who give up so easily. This time it was Wheelis' turn to be looked upon oddly. However, they didn't have the mind to say anything to reprimand him. Instead, the meeting dispersed. Soon a net designed to capture one young woman would be perfectly deployed. At that very moment, Aina had entered a cave. If the 3 heirs had been there, they would have been shocked to realize that this ugly woman they were chasing had actually entered one of the many networks of tunnels beneath the vast mountain range. Unfortunately, Aina didn't know anything about the dangers of this place. In truth, after Lionel sent her here with her teleportation ticket, she had appeared not far from the variant zone. It was then she entered, not knowing that she would be ruining the plans of so many large powers. Teleportation tickets were actually designed such that newcomers would be taken to prepared stations. After all, any world that had entered the fourth dimension was used to visitors from other worlds. It was a part of evolution. However, that little fool Lionel didn't know that one had to prepare appropriately for a teleportation, as every small factor was important. Namely, Aina's axe had still been in her hand at the time. As a result, it influenced her teleportation and sent her off course. In the end, here she was, being chased to the point of entering these dark caves with nothing to rely on but the axe in her hands. Chapter 290. A heavy breath left Aina's lips. The cold breeze of the damp tunnels nipped at her body, making the portions of her skin exposed to the elements ripple with goosebumps. Though she wore the very same black military uniform covered with many pockets, it had been torn in several places due to her battle. Had it not been for her ability, she might very well have been crippled of movement by now. So cold, Aina's petite body trembled slightly, but she grit her teeth and pressed onward. Without a choice, she was forced to put her axe away. Using such a large weapon in an enclosed space might cost her her life. So she pulled out a sword instead. The blade's edge gleamed within the darkness. In her left hand, she clutched the vial of red, and the other, she clutched the hilt of her sword. She didn't really think much about her weapon. She had just happened to pick it up within the variant zone. However, she wasn't very fond of light weapons. She felt less secure behind such a small weapon. Aina shook her head, willing these useless thoughts away. Hopefully these tunnels run deep, so they won't be able to find me easily. I'll find a place to rest and heal my injuries. Aina had no idea what kind of danger zone she was entering. She thought that this place was no different from any normal array of underground tunnels. The only reason she was being semi-cautious was because she wouldn't be naive enough to believe that there were no dangers at all before her. Not only were beasts far more advanced on fourth-dimensional worlds, but invalids were several levels more dangerous as well. In fact, there were even instances of invalids creating and manning civilizations of their own. Of course, such a civilization could hardly be called as such. After all, the vast majority of invalids were mindless zombies. However, variant invalids were impossibly dangerous foes. There was a chance, albeit a small one, that there might be invalids up ahead. Luckily, nothing obstructed her path forward. She managed to find several branching paths. After picking one, she chose an area with multiple escape routes and sat down in meditation. Her chest heaved, her eyelashes trembling slightly. It was only after she sat that she felt the exhaustion take hold of her body. It had already been several months since the last time she slept. Even Lionel, who had such an overwhelmingly strong spirit, couldn't do such a thing. All this time, she had relied on her ability to accomplish this feat whenever she felt overwhelming fatigue. She would activate her self-heal and wash it all away. But she had been gaining diminishing returns for a long time already. Aina sighed. If he was here. Aina suddenly shook her head furiously. During their time together within the Joan Zone, Aina had gotten used to relying on Lionel's sleep meditation ability. He had always been the perfect scout. But now there was only herself. Focus, Aina. The moment you decided to take your mask off, you left that life behind. Aina snapped her eyes open, willing her fatigue away. She bit down on her lip hard. There was no doubt that if Lionel was here, he would have asked her to treat them better than she was now. She looked down at the red vial in her hand. This vial was the top treasure of the variant zone. According to what she understood, it was the blood of a beast known as the Abyss Panther. The Abyss Panther was a fifth-dimensional beast that would be born on terrain within the next 1,000 years. This meant that in all of current existence, the only instance of its existence was currently in Aina's palm. This was the magic of variant zones. Every world would birth mystical and powerful beasts of its own after every evolution. Earth would likely have some of its own very soon. Among those evolved beasts, some would grow powerful enough to make a name for itself within the whole universe. Only then would its name ring sonorously within the ears of all. However, the Abyss Panther wasn't of this level. In fact, it might never be. There was even a chance it would never be born at all, and its future lineage would end in Aina's hands right here and now. Aina hesitated. With this vial in hand, no beast would dare approach her. She basically gained a ring of protection around her. However, if she ingested it now, it would likely bring a huge boost to her strength and smoothly allow her to enter the fourth dimension within a few months. If others heard Aina's thoughts, they would think that she was insane. The universe had countless magic systems. One that involved ingesting the blood of powerful beasts, of course, existed. However, this situation was completely different. For one, this was blood from a fifth-dimensional beast while Aina was still within the third dimension. There were a full 2 watershed moments between her and this beast. In addition, the ingestion of blood was considered to be an unorthodox path. It would always leave behind latent dangers and injuries. Even in the rare instances that it didn't, it would chain a person to a certain level of strength. As such, ingesting blood should never be taken lightly. Yet, by Aina's demeanor, it seemed that she wasn't worried about any of this. And this most definitely wasn't due to ignorance. Aina had reason to be confident. Her ability fell under the healing type, yet she wasn't able to heal anyone else but herself. This seemed like a limited and useless ability, however it was actually the exact opposite. Aina's gene assessment listed her as a 5-star health professional. Her ability was related to self-healing. Each was related to the other. The reason Aina was so confident was because her ability allowed her almost limitless control over her own body. Any benefit she could gain with her body would be multiplied several times over compared to a normal person. She could manipulate the small portions of her body with absolute control. If she ingested this blood, not only could she ensure that there wouldn't be any lingering issues, but she would benefit far more than anyone else who ingested the same blood. However, this was only part of the reason she dared to do this. Chapter 291. Aina gently touched the scars on her face and winced. They felt exceptionally tender, as though they had just healed. But only she knew that she had had these scars for an entire 18 years of her life. Her main reliance were these very scars on her face. These scars you've given me. Not only will I not let them shame me, I will use them in a way you could never have calculated. A fiery rage lit Aina's amber eyes. In that moment, they flickered like golden flames. Without hesitation, she poured the entire vial contents down her throat. Bang! Aina's clothes were blasted to ash. However, there was no gorgeous sight to behold. What should have been delicate, somewhat tan skin, was nowhere to be seen. Along with her clothes, Aina's skin had been torn asunder. A rain of her own blood and flesh coated the walls of the cave, as though a massacre had taken place. All that was left were the fine fibers of her bloody muscles. In fact, even some of her skeleton shone through regions where even her deep tissue was broken. She looked like a human that had been skinned alive. Yet somehow, the scars on her face still remained prominent. They were so deep that they dug into the tissue of her face and latched onto her skull. Even in this situation, they pulsed like grotesque worms, not letting go even as their host was on the verge of death. However, if one looked closely, it seemed that Aina was still in a state of meditation. She no longer had eyelids to close her eyes, but her pupils seemed to have glazed over. Anyone sane would believe that she was dead. That is, until one noticed a steadily beating piece of flesh. It was beneath two large mounds of yellow fat flowing with blood, beneath a ribcage bathed in crimson, and between two barely perceptibly moving lungs, her heart. It continued to beat with a rhythmic consistency. As time passed, its beating slowed. It seemed that Aina might die at any time, however. Though the rhythm seemed to slow, it became deeper and more resounding. Soon, it felt as though the whole underground space was trembling beneath its might. At that moment, in a certain region of Earth, there was a hidden estate. It seemed completely separate from Earth, as though it was a heaven gracing the land of mortals. There were vast stretches of exotic alien plants. Plains were graced by odd creatures of mythology, and the forests held an irresistible scent to them that seemed to pull one into a trance. At the center of this land, there was a mansion that hung in the skies. From its base, thick, heavy chains hung. From a distance, it almost seemed as though these chains were the pillars that held this mansion up. If it wasn't for their slight swaying every so often, any ignorant observer would conclude this as well. Within this mansion, in a room hidden from the eyes of even most of those worthy of stepping foot onto its floors, there was an altar. Though it was an altar, it didn't seem to be worshipping anything. Rather, it seemed to be the exact opposite. A stone tablet of sorts sat with names crossed out, as though being banished from a level of respect they had once deserved, or maybe never deserved to begin with. There were only 2 names on this list. Both of them seemed to have a magic aura wrapped around them. However, this aura was poisoned, sinister, and dark. Compared to the awe-inspiring display of the Morales family ancestral grounds, this place was several levels less grand and also lacked any celebratory mood. At that moment, an emaciated old man looked up with dull eyes. He sat within this dark room as a perpetual overseer, but his position didn't seem to be very high. Whether it was his long black robes or the rattling of chains beneath them, he seemed more like a slave than an elder. His eyes were a milky white. He seemed completely blind, yet also seemed to sense something. However, whatever that something was made him sigh. Before he could do much of anything, the pulsing lights on one of the names became more intense. The aura it exuded became several levels more vindictive and savage, exuding an endless dark energy. A commotion was raised throughout the mansion, and soon news was spread to all corners. Within a room of that mansion, a beautiful middle-aged woman sat before a mirror, allowing a petite maid to apply light makeup onto her delicate features. If it wasn't for the slight wrinkles toward the side of her eyes, it would have been impossible to tell this woman's age. Not long later, a messenger quickly entered the room, and left just as quickly. Upon hearing the message, the beautiful middle-aged woman snickered. That whore's daughter is still trying. How many is that already in the last year? 38, madam. The petite maid replied softly. That little bitch sure can endure pain. She should know that that seal isn't going anywhere. She can struggle all she wants, but it won't change the outcome. The beautiful middle-aged woman's countenance distorted. Her beauty seemed marred by decades of resentment and hatred. She wanted nothing more than for that little bitch to live a life of torment. After a few moments of silence, she regained her usual air of nobility. It was as though she hadn't been the one to make such an expression just seconds earlier. Has my boy Simeon still not found their traces? And is there any information about this Leonel Morales who dared to kill the people of my Brazinger clan? Madam, according to our information, Leonel Morales is the grandson of Emperor Fox. The beautiful middle-aged woman seemed to be stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting such news. But after a moment her gaze narrowed. And so what? Even if a member of the Fox imperial family acted, they still have to lose a pound of flesh to my family. The petite maid hesitated before continuing. His mother hasn't been seen in several decades, and we weren't able to find out anything about his father. In addition, Madam should remember that young heir Simeon failed to gain a fourth of the world's spirit. Though the petite maid didn't finish her words, the meaning was clear. Acting against Leonel with such little information was inadvisable. The beautiful Madam sneered. It seems that cheap little whore is just like her mother. They sure know how to pick their men. I don't care what background he has, can it surpass ours? I want him dead before we're swept up by other matters. I don't want a fly buzzing around my business while I'm dealing with those greedy bastards who have eyes on our fold of reality. The petite maid bowed. Yes, madam. The madam's sneer deepened. Thinking about how that little whore was suffering just to head toward another failure, her heart felt exceptionally light. At that same moment, Aina still sat, her skin peeled completely from her body. However, a sneer also coated what was left of her lips. They probably thought she was struggling to break these seals once again. But in reality, she was using it to weaken the backlash of this blood. And she would keep using it in this way until the day she could bury that family in the dirt. They wanted to seal her? Well, there was no one in this world who better understood her own body. There was nothing she could put into her body that she couldn't find a way to gain a benefit from. Her dull eyes flashed with an endless determination. Across the world, as Aina fought her own battle, Leonel too fought his own. Blood covered his body from head to toe, but his gaze was just as blazing as Aina's. You dare pair yourself with a demonic creature and deem yourself a human? Lamorak billowing roar shook the arena. Several competitors ran about the surroundings, chasing after orbs of light in the skies. Leonel drew his bow, his gaze defiant. Shoo! Another orb of light was broken apart by him, fusing into his point total. Leonel wiped the blood that was falling down from his face. I've long since been tired of you. Leonel's voice rumbled like thunder. It didn't seem very loud, yet it reverberated in the chests of all those who heard him. He wanted nothing more than to teach the man before him a lesson. Chapter 292. Just when Leonel was about to go all out with Lamorak, a familiar voice called out once again. Kralis and Imred were both demon lords ranked number 4 and number 2 respectively. Gawain and Lamorak both were knights of the Round Table. It could be said that Leonel's group for the third trial was among the strongest. To say that he was unlucky was a definite understatement. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. During the second round, he relied on himself to gain a perfect evaluation. However, he had been targeted during this third trial since his marksmanship gave him a great advantage. As a result, he had no choice but to get Little Blackstar's help. He should have known that by doing this, he would have given Lamorak the excuse he needed to target a fellow human. It was no secret to Leonel that the little mink was a dark elemental creature. He had expected Lamorak to use such an excuse. But what he hadn't expected was for the demons to also take the opportunity to target him. Surprisingly, the only one who didn't target him was Gawain. Yet, despite this, Imred ranked above him in the end. This made Lionel several points more serious about the demon lords. It was clear that not all of them were as weak as the number 62 demon lord. He took the life of just a few months prior. Lionel turned toward him red, trying to catch his breath. The number 2 demon lord looked like a devil risen from hell. He stood 3 meters tall and had skin the color of crimson. There were 2 horns that adorned his head. They pierced and curled upward menacingly, vibrating with a hidden dark power. Umred's chest was completely bare and his lower half was covered by dark beast skins. He wielded 2 battle axes, one to each of his massive hands. Their blades seemed as large as his body, dwarfing him despite his size. Kralis was a demon of large size as well. However, rather than being red, he was covered from head to toe in deep black scales harder than steel. And rather than wielding battle axes, he wielded a massive broadsword of over 3 meters in length. Whether it was the 2 demons or the 2 knights, all of them were looking toward Lionel. 3 of them had somewhat reluctant expressions, only Gawain seemed to be expressionless. Lionel glared back at them all, his chest heaving up and down. He had already reached the point where just these few had no ability to pressure him any longer. Without another word, he stepped onto his small gray platform and soared back up. "Big brother, are you okay?" Lionel took a deep breath. "I'm fine. It's not a big deal." Little Nana frowned at these words. She could tell from the tone of Lionel's voice that he wasn't as fine with these matters as it seemed. Toward such a reaction, Nana couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. What was it? Did he expect to not suffer a loss after being targeted by so many powerful beings? In fact, did he even really suffer such a loss? Wasn't he still first? However, Nana had no idea that the reason Lionel was so short and succinct wasn't because of this. Though it played a part, it wasn't everything. At the moment, Lionel had an uncomfortable, suffocating feeling in his chest. It was the kind of feeling he only felt due to Aina. For some reason, Lionel felt as though there was something wrong with Aina at this very moment. Yet he was still years away from leaving these trial grounds. And even if he left right now, it would be impossible for him to find her immediately. This left him feeling anxious, so anxious that he didn't even think about why he was so certain these thoughts were reality. It was no wonder, then, that Lionel almost completely snapped just a moment ago. If it wasn't for the trial ending, there was no telling what he would have done in that moment. A pillar of gold descended upon Lionel. He had no choice but to discard any distracting thoughts he had. Even if he wanted to rush to Aina right now, he couldn't do so without strength. If he wasted this time, any small chance he had would just shrink all the more so. Star force rotated within Lionel's body. As time passed, he felt his force growing more and more crystallized. Just a little more, and I'll be able to form my final nodes. Each recovery reward Lionel gained was worth 3 to 4 months of normal meditation. After 2 perfect recovery rewards in a row, Lionel had already managed to cover over half a year of meditation. With a few more rewards like this, he would be able to meet his goal. "Nana, come over here." A sudden voice sounded as Lionel opened his eyes. He didn't need to look over to know that it was Pope Margrave. Before Lionel could even react to the words, the first thing he noticed was Nana's imperceptible trembling. It was as though she was deep within a nightmare. Seeing Nana's hesitation, Margrave frowned. "Did you not hear me?" The dignity in his voice raised several levels. Despite the fact he didn't raise its volume, it felt as though his words were thundering in the little girl's ears, causing her blood to rush in reverse. Little Nana's hands gripped at her chest. It looked like she would bend to the pressure at any moment. At this instant, the 8th round of the 3rd trial was beginning, but at least half of the remaining participants had suddenly turned their gazes toward their direction. However, no one could have expected Lionel's reaction. "I'm not in the best of moods right now, Pope." Scram. Chapter 293. Lionel wasn't a person who got pushed to anger easily. Even when he was oppressed several times by Camelot, or even the powers he had been a part of in the past, being vicious with his words wasn't normally the route he would take. His usual response would be calm and collected, even to the point of bordering on inhumanly cold. But now, after swallowing several grievances, being targeted by the very people he was meant to save in this damn zone. And now seeing a little girl being so blatantly bullied before so many. He snapped. He looked toward the handsome Pope Margrave, his hair billowing beneath his own aura. Margrave's gaze narrowed. Though Lionel had called him Pope, it didn't carry a hint of respect. And as if the disrespect wasn't enough, he actually told him to scram? Margrave remained silent for several moments. The motives for his actions were quite obvious. He was the Pope of the Church while Lionel just revealed that his beast companion was a demon beast. How could he allow one of his own people to interact with such a man? Madrid looked over with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. There was even a hint of understanding and compassion within them, as if she understood Lionel's plight. But just as quickly as it appeared, it disappeared just as fast. Margrave didn't respond to Lionel directly and turned back toward Nana. "Are you sure this is what you want?" His words seemed to be hinting at something. Yet, only Nana herself seemed to understand. Everyone else was completely left in the dark. Little Nana's trembling grew fiercer. It became quite obvious to Lionel that this wasn't just a matter of being associated with him. While others might not know it, Lionel knew that Nana wasn't of this world. In a few years, this Pope would have no control over her life whatsoever. So while others who heard their conversation assumed that the Pope was an elder advising Nana for the sake of her future, Lionel knew that she wouldn't react like this if it was just about that. Lionel stood up and stepped into the void that separated his and Nana's platform. It seemed like he was committing suicide for a moment, yet in the next instant he actually took a step on the air, shocking all those who were watching him. Of course, Lionel was using his treasure shoes to mimic such an effect, but the others had no way of knowing this. Little Nana was so shaken that she hardly noticed when Lionel had already appeared before her. If it wasn't for his shadow, she would have noticed anything at all. Do you want to leave here?" Lionel asked. Little Nana was speechless. If she could leave, wouldn't she have? What was Lionel saying? She was confused about exactly what was happening. "Do you?" Lionel pressed. "Why yes, good." Lionel nodded. Then he brought out the segmented cube and allowed her to enter. In one instant, there was nothing but a small gray platform and two youngsters. In the next, there was no one but Lionel standing outside of a large 5 by 5 meter box. In fact, the cube was so large that Lionel was able to step from it to his original gray platform without using his treasure shoes. Pope Margrave's brow furrowed. What was this supposed to accomplish? How could Pope Margrave know of the segmented cube's abilities? Entering it was like being disconnected from the world entirely. During the second trial, Lionel had had thoughts of entering the segmented cube, but something made him rethink doing so, and he asked the dictionary about it first. As expected, once he entered the segmented cube, he would be considered to have left the Merlin trials. If he did that, he would lose the right to fight for the Four Seasons realm comprehension. However, for someone like little Nana, this was perfect for her. She would no longer be restrained by the trials. But from now until the trials ended, she would have to remain within the segmented cube. There was no telling how the trial grounds would react to a dead participant suddenly coming back. Lionel landed on his own platform, his chest heaving slightly. This was the first time that his recovery didn't bring him back to 100%. However, this only made sense. He had directed all of the Star Force toward concentrating his force. In addition, for whatever reason, Lionel seemed unaware that he had already awakened the healing branch of his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor. If not for this, how could he ever worry about his Bodis condition? How could he ever have been put into such a sorry state just moments ago? It seemed that Lionel had truly been unconscious during the matters of that day. After landing, Lionel turned back toward the Pope only to see that the latter was already looking toward him. However, Lionel disregarded him the very same way he had once disregarded Lionel. This time, though, the Pope didn't seem intent on maintaining his silence toward Lionel. He sighed. "Are you not aware that your actions have made an enemy of all those here?" Lionel's footsteps paused. If it wasn't for his mood, he may very well have laughed at what he had just heard. He was a Lionel Morales. He was a man who, despite his modest upbringing, managed to gain the love and adoration of a school filled with nobles. Who among those who went to Royal Blue Academy didn't know his name? Who among them didn't respect him and have a good opinion of him? Even when he shamed himself and never missed a day of confessing to Aina, not a soul made fun of him for it, and they even encourage him. Yet after the world changed, everything seemed to change along with it. It seemed that no matter where he went or what he did, he would be hated, ostracized, and targeted. It was as though after the New World Order descended, his charisma, his kind heart, his warm nature, it all wasn't worth a single shit anymore. Thinking to this point, Lionel began to laugh, unable to hold it back. He genuinely laughed, finding it all to be very funny. Then be my enemy, Lionel said after he finished laughing. He didn't say any other words and his tone even seemed somewhat sad. But that was all. He didn't spare the Pope another glance. Less than 70% or more of those participating have gained animosity toward one trial taker, Lionel. Survival event triggered. 10x the rewards for participant, Lionel. Chapter 294. Lionel's expression changed. This was the last thing he could have possibly expected to happen. However, after a while he understood why such a thing would happen. The Merlin trials were set up with the utmost transparency. With the exception of hiding what happened within the special store, everything else was laid bare for all to see. Whether it was one's performance and grade, or even the skills one chose to unlock, everyone saw it. Beyond this transparency, one could watch everyone battle. This was especially so in single-participant trials like Trial 1 and 2 had been. In that case, even when one waited to unlock skills after using a special store ticket, it was more likely than not that whatever improvements one made would become very obvious, very quickly. As though this wasn't enough, everyone shared the same physical root skill tree. In addition, all those who used the same weapon shared the same weapon root and special root skill trees as well. This meant that even if one wanted to hide their skills and did a good job in doing so, the kind of skills one had unlocked could be deduced just by observing someone else with a similar weapon. What did this all come to mean? It essentially meant that this setup made it very easy to distinguish who was powerful and who wasn't, in addition to who was improving faster than others and who wasn't. In such a situation, a small group of individuals becoming the target of many was very possible. One could even say that it was inevitable. The only question was of when. Understanding this, Merlin would have definitely made some plans accordingly. Or maybe this was always Merlin's intention to begin with. It feels as though everything is suddenly moving quicker. Whether it was the sudden elimination round or this random event, both were triggered by something that should have only begun to happen much later in the trials. After thinking to this point, Lionel became several points more serious. Though the voice had said that he had 10x the rewards to claim, he knew that doing so wouldn't be so easy. Before Lionel could think anymore, he felt the world warp around him. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a familiar throne room. Except this time, rather than kneeling before it as he had done last time, he was sitting on its cushioned seat. King Arthur's throne room? Lionel frowned. He felt that this positioning wasn't much of a coincidence. After a sweep of his senses, Lionel realized that though he was within Camelot's castle, it was completely deserted. In fact, for as far as he could stretch his internal sight, he didn't spot a single person. Lionel was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't thought that he would gain something like that. This made things much more convenient for him. After a while, Lionel understood the random event. There was a flag in this very throne room. In fact, it was waving above the throne he sat on at this very moment. His role was to protect it, while the role of everyone else was to steal it. Lionel had to protect the flag for a single day. However, should the flag be stolen away, it only had to be protected by the opposition for 10 minutes. The only exception to this is if there was less than 10 minutes remaining to the end of the trial. In that case, they only had to protect it until time ran out. This essentially meant that the most dangerous time for Lionel to lose the flag would be in the final minutes. Of course, the reason Lionel wasn't in too bad of a position was because he could move the flag if he wanted to. The only restriction was that since the chosen location was Camelot, he couldn't leave the city walls. In fact, from Lionel's understanding, he had to stay within the core city's gates as well. However, this was still a large area. Run. Lionel's lips curled, a cold light suffusing his eyes. In order to participate in capturing his flag, Lionel's enemies had to pay 1 star point or 1,000 skill points. This way, most were filtered out. However, it also guaranteed that all who dared to do so would be elites. At the same time, the more who participated, the better his rewards would be. Yip. Yip. Little Blackstar jumped up from Lionel's shoulders to the top of his head. Previously, the little guy had felt quite enraged about how Lionel was being treated, and had even wanted to charge out to face their enemies directly. However, Lionel had stopped the little guy from doing so. Though the little mink was powerful, Lionel was sure Blackstar was still an infant. He couldn't let him rush to his death like that. Yes. Well, get them back now. Giving an Earth Mage time to prepare their own terrain? They should expect to suffer a few losses. Leaving such an advantage to an Earth Mage was bad enough. But Lionel wasn't just an Earth Mage. He was an Earth Magus who also happened to be a Force Crafter. The moment Lionel had this thought, he began to use the over 3,000 skill points he had just gained without thought for conservation. The 30-minute timer ran its course. At that moment, several individuals turned their gaze toward the segmented cube Lionel had left behind. However, none of them had the ability to cross the skies like Lionel had. Or, maybe some of them did, but had yet to unlock such an ability from the physical root skill tree and could only watch it. Unfortunately for them, there wasn't much time to think about just what this treasure was or how it worked. They were all given the same option. In that instant, several elites made their decisions and disappeared along with Lionel. When they reappeared, they found themselves within the walls of Camelot. The sun hung high in the sky. For them, who had been within the trials for the last few months, seeing such a sight was actually quite refreshing. But after a few moments, they grew serious. This wasn't the time to be losing themselves in thought. They had all spawned in random locations, stretched across the core city of Camelot. No two individuals could be found within 100 meters of one another. Now they just had to make the decision of where to look for Lionel first. Luckily, they were all elites. The prerequisite to cultivate force was to grasp internal sight. Even if they all had varying degrees of how strong their own were, they all at least had internal sight capable of covering a few tens of meters. The more powerful of them could cover several hundred meters. The truth was that if Lionel wanted, he could hide himself from their search. After all, that was how he had escaped Camelot initially. He had been able to avoid Lamorak's detection and simply walked out. However, while he could do, he didn't feel that it was necessary. At least not for now. This was the perfect chance for him to gain slaughter points. By now, Lionel had learned the benefit of saving and not using his slaughter points immediately. From being worth 100 skill points, they were already worth 1,000. If he saved them well, the benefit could be imagined. As the elites looked for Lionel, they seemed to realize that this might have become more difficult than they originally thought. In a corner of the city, Red frowned. The action made his already sinister crimson features all the more so. He can hide from internal sight? This was the first thought the number 2 demon lord had. However, it wasn't a thought he wanted to confirm. If this was true, finding Lionel truly would be impossible. Red's expression changed, his twin battle axes trembling slightly as he seemed to realize something. He didn't immediately sense Lionel, but what he did sense was a faint fluctuation of magic. He looked toward the castle with a slight hint of shock. The reason he was shocked wasn't because the magic fluctuations were powerful, but rather because of their location. These fluctuations were actually coming from Camelot's castle. As a demon, he had never stepped foot so close to Camelot's core. However, he knew a castle when he saw one. The fact that these fluctuations were coming from the very center of this city. It can't be that Lionel hadn't been running and hiding like they thought. While Red was having these thoughts, so were many others. Surprisingly, neither King Arthur nor Modred had chosen to take part. In fact, Pope Margrave, who Lionel thought likely had the highest chance of taking action, hadn't moved either. That said, there were still some familiar faces. Aside from the crimson red, there was the black-scaled Kralis and even the large-bellied Big Buddha. All at once, these three seemed to realize the very same thing. Big Buddha looked toward the castle with a dark expression. He had once had a great impression of Lionel. This was a youth that had saved many of their promising geniuses, after all. However, ever since Lionel said those words about the Slayer Legion, his opinion of Lionel had only plummeted day after day. These emotions reached their peak when he watched so many of their own die. Mountain. He was a youth that Big Buddha saw a lot of himself in. Mayfly. She was a cheerful little girl with a big heart, and had even been among those who went to take Lionel out of the Project Hunt Island. Yet, all of them had died here. It was Lionel's fault. Had he not been unreasonable and caused so much chaos, the Aderna family would have never grasped the chance to enter the zone, and their team would have been whole and complete. But because of his own selfish desires, he actually caused the death of so many. Big Buddha's gaze turned red, his steps causing the ground to rumble as he entered the castle before him. Chapter 295. Big Buddha frowned when he entered the castle. He immediately realized that there wasn't a single other soul. But by his estimations, this didn't make sense. He most definitely wasn't the most powerful of those who had chosen to participate. By all rights, he logically shouldn't have been the first to reach this point. He suddenly felt like something was wrong. The cold stone beneath his feet, the eerie works of art that hung from the tall walls and windows, the knight statues decorated with immaculate armor. It all felt too quiet, too disconcerting. Little did Big Buddha know that there were several individuals feeling the exact way he did. They all stood in the very same hall Big Buddha did, staring at the same eerie walls, feeling the same stifling weight on their chests, but none of them sensed the other. It was as though they were on different planes of existence, viewing the same things from a completely different perspective. Lionel sat within the throne room, coldly watching these events. He was both surprised and disappointed to see Big Buddha taking part. Others might not be aware, but weren't they both here to complete the same mission? What did he gain by targeting him like this? Lionel sighed and shook his head. He looked off blankly into the distance for a moment. This world, why was it like this? Something faint budded within Lionel's heart, but he wasn't in the mood to grasp it. He simply wanted this to end. Let's go, little Black Star. Lionel took a step forward, and was suddenly shrouded by shadows. Zilly was a demon lord ranked number 19. He could be considered to have made a name for himself a long time ago. He had a hook nose that seemed displaced from a large beaked bird and two sharp hawk-like eyes. What was most surprising about him, though, was the fact he was one of the rare bowmen who had chosen to take part in the trials. Zilly's steps were slow and silent. He crossed over one step at a time, leaving his body in a ready position to fire his knocked arrow in short notice. Just from his movement alone, Lionel could learn many things. It was clear that while Lionel's talent was several levels beyond his own, the one with more experience and training was clear at a single glance. Unlike Big Buddha, Zilly wasn't surprised by the fact he was the only one here. He was confident in his own tracking and sensory abilities. There were very few things that could hide from his hawk-like eyes. However, it was for this very reason that though he seemed cautious, he was the one with his guard the most lowered. In fact, he could even spare thoughts toward the kind of rewards he would gain for killing Lionel. Sure, the goal was only to capture the flag. But wouldn't the game end much quicker if he just killed his only opponent? Why waste 10 minutes running away if things could be ended so easily? Zilly licked his lips, revealing a long brownish-red tongue covered in bumps and sinkholes. It looked more like a piece of aged skin rather than someone's tongue. Out of habit, the tip of his tongue swung past his nose, picking at both his nostrils. Hee, I can see you. Zilly suddenly spoke, his head whipping around in the direction he had sensed movement. But all he found was a corpse falling down toward him. Such a realization shocked him to the point that he hardly registered an arrow aimed through the body and toward his heart. In the end, Zilly was still a veteran of the battlefield. While it was clever to use a body to cover an attack, it was also inevitable that said attack would be slowed after passing through such an obstacle. This gave Zilly plenty of time to react. The hawk-nosed demon dove out of the way of the corpse, rolling along the ground before propping himself up on a knee. Without even standing up, he was already prepared to fire an arrow. Unfortunately, bang! The corpse exploded. A ran of metallic shrapnel barraged the number 19 demon lord. Zilly had focused his entire being on aiming his first shot. He had thought that Lionel's attack was finished the moment the corpse fell, and didn't even bother to move away from it. Little did he know that the corpse that fell by his feet would be the true attack. An entire side of Zilly's face was bombarded by shrapnel, causing his already unpleasant features to become even more ghastly. Zilly's vision swam. He could already feel his consciousness slipping away as his body bled out. He never even got the chance to hit the ground when an arrow shot through his forehead. You couldn't have at least checked if I was dead first? Zilly died with grievances. Though he had been hurt by the initial strike, it hadn't been to the point of dying so soon. He was severely injured, but as a demon he could have fought another round or two before his life truly slipped away. Who could have expected that Lionel wouldn't even speak a word before sealing his fate completely? Any thoughts he had of luring Lionel into a false sense of security before counterattacking was completely disregarded as his eyes grew dull. At that moment, another demon was slowly exploring the castle, trying to find exactly where Lionel was hiding. His steps paused, his large body becoming frighteningly still. His nose tilted up into the air, a large pair of fiery red nostrils taking a deep breath. Blood. The demon's eyes narrowed. It could be said that Lionel's means were quite clever. Taking advantage of the fact his enemies didn't enter at the same time, he used a few illusions of the eyes and senses to separate them and deal with them one by one. He managed to isolate sight, hearing and internal sight. However, he didn't manage to do so with scent. It wasn't necessarily Lionel's fault. A human wouldn't be able to pick up the scent of blood from so far away. In fact, not all demons had a strong sense of smell either. But it just so happened that Imred did. Chapter 296. Lionel steadied his breathing. Not every battle had been as simple as the one against Zilly. Many were more cautious, and sometimes Lionel's plans didn't work out as perfectly as they did in his mind. But regardless, Lionel had already gained 7 slaughter points, 5 of which came from demons and the remaining 2 of which were humans. Now there were only 3 left, Big Buddha, Imred and Kralis. Lionel felt that there were more who had entered this trial, but it seemed that their senses hadn't been sharp enough to come to the castle. This was already the best result possible. Lionel didn't want to make it too obvious that he was here. If he did, those who were powerful would realize that it was a trap. In that case, it was best to miss out of luring everyone if it meant capturing all of the big fish. Lionel took a deep breath. Of the 3 that remained, the weakest is Lionel's side. He had been subconsciously putting off confronting Big Buddha. In truth, several of those he had already killed were more powerful than the large-bellied commander. Lionel knew that he was still too soft-hearted, even now. But there was nothing much he could do about his own disposition. All of his kills up to this point were strangers, or those he hardly knew. Big Buddha could be considered to be the first person he would kill that he had once had a decent relationship with. Even thinking this, Lionel felt silly. After all, this so-called decent relationship was just a matter of conversing with this larger-than-life man for a couple hours, if that. But Lionel still felt that it would cause a knot in his heart. Lionel closed his eyes and took another deep breath. He's trying to kill you. These were the only words Lionel whispered to himself. They were words no one else would ever hear, but he repeated them to himself again and again. Lionel's eyes remained closed for a long while as he calmed his heart. When they opened again, his calculating gaze had returned. Get ready, little Black Star. Lionel sent his thoughts over to the little mink. After unlocking perfect union, doing such a thing wasn't an issue. Though the little mink and him couldn't communicate in the truest sense, it was possible for them to understand each other's intentions as though it was their own. In a way, their ability to understand one another was even better than if they used words. And it was also much quicker as well. Lionel shot forward, his steps exceptionally light. One of the benefits this trial had given him was an understanding of movement. Lionel had never really considered its importance before. Originally, he had been entirely focused on just improving his movement speed. The restrictions within the trial were so great that he felt stifled. After all, ever since he awakened his snowy star owl lineage factor, speed had become one of his strong points. However, after unlocking the skills within his physical roots, Lionel began to realize that movement was more complex than he once thought. It wasn't always strictly about straight-line speed. In many ways, agility was even more important than pure speed. It wasn't just about speed, but how he fused a myriad of changes to his movement. Lionel was a marksman. It could be said that this was the path he was by far the most talented in. As a result, he knew how easy it was for him to hit a target with a predictable path. It was to the point where he would never miss such a target. But what if said target not only had speed, but also an enigmatic method of using it? When Lionel used his dream world to simulate such things, he realized that even without improving his power by much, if all he did was focus on his movement technique, his lethality was increased by 100% if not more. Knowing this, Lionel realized two things. First, he realized that when he left this place, he should use one of his rewards on a movement-type technique. They were far more important than he had given them credit for. And the second thing was that he realized his best bet at this juncture was to pour all of his skill points into his physical root skill tree. All 30-20 of his previous earned points had gone exactly there. Lionel streaked across the castle, appearing where Big Buddha was in a flash. As though to stop himself from hesitating, he didn't pause for a single moment. With a single motion, his palm flipped, causing a corpse he had kept within his spatial bracelet to launch toward the large man. Big Buddha had long since grown impatient. He had been looking everywhere for where Lionel might be, but had found nothing. In addition, it was obvious that Lionel was fine, or else the random event would have come to an end already. Yet all this time he hadn't heard anything. He couldn't help but grow anxious. It was at the moment he was thinking of backtracking and leaving the castle entirely that he suddenly realized the same thing Zilly had just moments later. A corpse was coming toward him. Big Buddha's eyes widened. However, he managed to react reflexively. His palms were suddenly coated by a massive energy. In the blink of an eye, that energy seeped into his flesh, expanding the size of his hands until they rivaled his massive body in size. On the surface, his ability seemed somewhat comical, but in practice, it carried a devastating power. Big Buddha slammed a palm forward, not holding back in the slightest. Bang! A shower of shrapnel assaulted Big Buddha. However, his palms were so large that his attack acted as a defense at the same time. Though bits of hard metal sank into his palm, a strong reflective energy blasted them away before he could suffer any real injury. Lionel! Big Buddha roared. He was completely enraged to the point of being irrational. He seemed to have completely forgotten that he had come here to kill Lionel. However, Lionel had already set his mind to the task. There was no way he would allow Big Buddha the time to rest, nor would he allow himself the time to hesitate and regret his actions. Aina had told him once before, to be kind to your enemies was to be unkind to yourself. Lionel pinched 2 arrows between 3 fingers, knocking them both at once and activated the silver skill double shot. Shoo! Lionel's arrows twirled around one another in the air. At first, their spiral seemed separate, but in the next instant, they seemed to fuse, becoming a spinning corkscrew of force in the air. Ack! A large finger was severed before Big Buddha could react. It flailed in the air before dissipating the energy that formed it and hitting the ground at its normal size. Unfortunately for Big Buddha, Lionel's gaze remained cold and calculating. Lionel activated the silver skill hot streak, eliminating his cooldowns for the next 10 seconds. Then he immediately activated the silver skill 5-pronged net. He fired 5 arrows in quick succession. Each curled in the air from 5 different directions, firing toward Big Buddha from 5 separate directions at once. Big Buddha panicked, swatting his 2 massive palms to the left and right, smashing apart 5-pronged net before it could form. Unfortunately, that exposed his front. The silver skill shooting star activated. Lightning crackled and wind sliced. Lionel's gaze met Big Buddha's. Though his heart shook when he saw the fear and helplessness, his steady hand never wavered. Shoo! Lionel's expression suddenly changed. He retreated with his quickest steps, not forsaking his light elemental force for even a moment. A battle axe suddenly smashed down from his side. However, there was no owner behind it. It was clear that it had been thrown toward him. Had he not moved, his arms which had just been holding up his bow would have been severed. However, it was fine. He had already released the arrow. Regardless, Big Buddha would die. At least, that's what Lionel thought before a second variable appeared. A massive broadsword smashed into one of Big Buddha's palms, sending him flying to the side. Big Buddha slid along the ground in a sorry state. It was clear that whoever had saved him hadn't really cared about his well-being, because he seemed to be barely alive. It was as though their goal was to prevent Lionel from gaining more slaughter points rather than saving a comrade. Lionel's expression grew heavy. He recognized those two weapons. Umred and Kralis had managed to see through his maze of spells. Chapter 297. Lionel didn't have time to think about why it was that these two demons managed to find him. However, he realized one thing instantly. They had been stalking him. Before Lionel made the choice to target anyone, he first checked in on where everyone was. If they were too close to one another, he wouldn't even take the risk of attacking. All of the spells he had written could be walked directly through. There were no physical obstructions. As a result, crossing over from one region to another was not only easy, but seamless. This was how Lionel managed to maintain the illusion that his enemies were always alone. If there were physical obstructions, it would become too obvious, too quickly that he was interfering with their senses. Once that happened, everything would be exposed. This was all to say that the last time Lionel checked on these pair of demon lords, they were several hundred meters away. Lionel was certain that he could kill Big Buddha in time. The only explanation for how they both made it here so coincidentally was that they were lurking and waiting for him to enter battle, so that they could counter. Hot Streak is still active. Lionel's mind spun quickly. Since he dared to do this, how could he not have contingency plans? He just needed an opportunity to use them. Little Black Star. Lionel activated the silver skill double shot again. This time, he aimed for Kralis. He didn't really have any other choice. Since Umred had thrown over his axe, it meant that he was still a small distance away. Lionel didn't even bother to send his senses over to lock onto him. He only needed to deal with the problem in front of him. Kralis blocked the corkscrewing arrows with the flat of his massive broadsword, sliding back beneath the strength of the impact. Unfortunately for him, due to having to save Big Buddha, he was outside his own attack range. But all he had to do was hold on. Not only was Umred on his way, but he knew that Lionel couldn't quick fire at this rate indefinitely. This was definitely the skill Hot Streak. It would last at most 10 seconds. Lionel unleashed a barrage of arrows. All of them were simple normal single shots. However, they were all reinforced, crackling with strong amounts of lightning. As he did so, he explosively retreated, not allowing Umred to surround him. It's done. Kralis shot forward, his broadsword trailing behind him like the tail of a flying kite. His black scales shimmered beneath the low light of the castle, bouncing off his body like droplets of water. His speed was unbelievably fast. Lionel couldn't help but wonder again how it was that Kralis and Umred weren't among the two who gained perfect evaluations for the first trial. But whatever the reason was, the pressure they could place on Lionel now after benefiting greatly from the second and third trial was enough to make his hair stand on end. Lionel's expression changed once more. Another sharp wind assaulted his back. Lionel didn't need to turn back to know that it was Umred's second battle axe. Lionel couldn't help but be shocked. Umred had actually thrown both of his weapons? With a firm plant, Lionel dove to one side. I timed it perfectly. Lionel's gaze narrowed. Lionel thought that Kralis would be obstructed by Umred's throw, allowing him a chance to slip away. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind that made his expression change once again. He was certain that he had retreated in the opposite direction of where Umred's initial axe came from. So, how had another axe suddenly come from his back? Now that Lionel thought about it, He initially gave up on locking onto Umred with his internal sight, because he couldn't immediately find him. Though his maze of spells was very helpful in separating his enemies and allowing him to deal with them one at a time, it also hindered himself. In order to circumvent this problem, Lionel used visual arrays that could project the happenings to him. That way he could maintain control of the entire situation, but Lionel clenched his jaw. Visual arrays are easily fooled. Lionel felt that he had stepped into a pile of shit. Who said demons couldn't use their heads? All of these thoughts flashed by Lionel's mind in a split second. He still had one advantage in all of this. His thinking speed was so quick that he saw through the plan of the pair of demon lords before it was even revealed. The more information he had and the earlier he got it, the faster he could make adjustments. In that instant, the axe veered off course, curling around Kralis as though it had autonomy of its own. That's the silver special skill weapon control. Lionel understood what happened now. Umred had used weapon control to fake the direction he was truly in, essentially blocking off a lane of retreat for Lionel, while leading him to where he really was. However, the real plan wasn't to hit him with this second axe, but to make him think that Kralis would be stalled, thus giving them time to pincer him. Umred banked on him being confused for just long enough not to realize that he was using weapon control, thus causing him to make an error in judgment. However, Lionel was ready. Rather than trying to escape like the two expected, Lionel fired an arrow from a single knee, aiming right for Carla's head. The number 4 demon lord was stunned, not expecting Lionel to make such a choice. He had been preparing an attack to catch Lionel off guard this whole time. How could he also defend at the same time? Without an option, Carlos twisted his body, dodging to one side. However, it wasn't enough. Lionel was too close and his arrows were simply too fast. Shoo! Pooh! An arrow ripped through Carlos' black scales, tearing into his collarbone and just barely missing Carlos' throat. In that instant, Lionel took the chance to explosively retreat once again, avoiding Umred's pincer. Lionel took deep breaths, his bow primed and his arrow nocked. Beads of sweat fell from his brow as he watched Umred's battle axes float toward empty space. In the next moment, a large 3-meter-tall crimson demon with savage horns stepped out, crossing a spell wall Lionel had put up to appear. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.